Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
The sheriff closed Jared's case as a tragic mistake. Wrong place, wrong costume, wrong night. On paper, that was the end of it. One more line in a report, one more headline about a suburban shooting gone wrong. The white figure that had been haunting our cul-de-sac was supposed to die with him on that lawn under the floodlights and sirens and screaming. We buried Jared, the news trucks left. The neighbors took down their security posts, and everyone agreed to quietly pretend it was over. Everyone except my house. Because a few weeks after the funeral, my phone started lighting up again. Motion detected, living room. New device detected, Jared's phone. Snapshots at 2:37 a.m. from cameras I wasn't even watching. Clips tagged on nights when both of us were at work. Thumbnails showing a pair of old gray sneakers in the corner of my living room. The same shoes I watched a crime scene tech zip into a plastic bag, and a white figure standing inside my house at the exact same hour we stood outside and watched Jared die. So when you hear people say this was just a stupid prank gone wrong, a simple, tragic accident, understand something. That might be true for everyone else on Maple Ridge Court. But in my house that night never really ended. And if you have a camera in your living room, you might want to check the last motion notification before you listen to the rest of this story. 1.1. The quiet end of the cul-de-sac. I am typing this at 2:43 in the morning, in that thin slice of time when my house sounds less like a home and more like a machine that has just been switched off. The heater cut out a few minutes ago with its usual hollow sigh. The fridge is between cycles. Out on I-71, the highway noise has dropped to a dull, distant hiss, like someone holding a seashell up to my ear from miles away. It is not silent. It is never really silent. There is always something ticking, cooling, settling. But there is a gap in the sound right now, a strange little pocket, where everything seems to be catching its breath and waiting. That gap is where this story lives. That is why I am finally writing it down. I am not sending this to the police. I already told them my version. It is short, clean, and easy to file. Tragic mistake, they called it. They like those two words. They fit nicely in reports. This is not that version. This is for you, whoever ends up reading it out loud into a microphone with a black screen or creepy stock footage playing behind it. This is the version I have never said out loud, not to my wife, not to the deputies, not to my neighbors. I do not really care, if you believe me. I just want it out of my head, and if I am being honest, out of my house for a while. Before everything happened, Maple Ridge Court looked like a real estate postcard someone forgot to take back. 2-car garages side by side like teeth in a straight white smile. Identical mailboxes in a neat row near the entrance, all painted the same approved shade of forest green. In summer, there were chalk drawings on the sidewalk and kids' bikes tipped over in the grass. In October, plastic skeletons and inflatable ghosts leaned over the same flower beds people posted about on the HOA page like they were competing for a magazine spread. By mid-November, most of the decorations were half taken down. You know the look, one sad plastic pumpkin still sitting on the front step, fake spiderweb clinging to the porch railings, even after 3 rains, a single string of orange lights someone forgot to unplug. The leaves had mostly fallen off the trees lining the court, leaving the branches bare and black against the yellow spill of the sodium streetlights. At night, those lights turned the cul-de-sac into a shallow bowl of dim gold, with everything beyond the last driveway just dark. On a normal day, my life fit that picture a little too well. I work IT support out by Polaris, which means a lot of time in a cubicle under buzzing fluorescent tubes, staring at tickets while the office AC hums overhead. I came home the same way most nights, drifting down off 71, taking the exit, without thinking, turning onto our street on autopilot. The car radio would be low talk or static. The dashboard would glow faint blue. My garage door opener would whine when I pressed it, and the door would rumble up with that hollow, rolling thunder you feel more than hear. There was always this small moment I used to like before any of this, that I think about a lot now. I would pull the Civic into the garage, shift into park, and turn the key. The engine would shudder and go dead, and for a second, the loudest sound in my world would be the click of the cooling metal and the faint electronic beep of the car's clock shutting off. Then through the door into the kitchen, I would hear my house, the low hum of the fridge, the kitchen clock ticking, maybe the muffled TV if Grace was home. It always felt like the house exhaling, recognizing I was back. There were always little signs of her waiting, her scrubs tossed across the back of a dining chair, hospital badge still clipped to the collar. An empty coffee mug beside the sink with a faint ring at the bottom. Sometimes leftover takeout in the fridge, Thai pizza, whatever she had grabbed between shifts, cooling under plastic wrap, the smell of it still hanging in the air when I walked in. Grace is a nurse at Riverside Methodist. The nice version of that is she helps people for a living. The real version, the one you only see if you live with someone who does that job, is that she comes home smelling faintly of antiseptic and hand soap and whatever weird cafeteria food got spilled on her shoes at 3 a.m. Her schedule floats. Some weeks she lives in daylight. Most weeks she circles the edges of it. On the nights she worked late, her silver Civic would pull into our driveway somewhere between 12:30 and 1:00 a.m. If I was on the couch half asleep with the TV mumbling to itself, I would hear it, the low growl of her engine as she eased onto the street, the crunch of tires over the little ridge where asphalt met concrete, the muted thud of her door closing. Her keys would jangle once, twice. The deadbolt would click. That little metallic rattle was my personal all clear. It meant she had made it across the hospital parking lot. The highway, the sleepy streets, and whatever else waited in the dark without anyone stopping her. We had other routines too. The kind of small, dumb things everyone in subdivisions like ours does and pretends is normal. We complained about the HOA in the same breath we refreshed their Facebook group. We rolled our eyes at next-door posts about suspicious raccoons while secretly locking our cars twice before bed. At night, propped up against our pillows, the blue light of our phones painting our faces, we would scroll and scoff. The HOA page was its own little horror anthology long before the word ghost ever appeared on it. Porch pirates caught on Ring cameras, teenagers cutting across lawns, somebody's dog sown in the wrong yard. People posted blurry screenshots and wrote captions like they were filing police reports. Does anyone know this person in all caps under a picture of a kid in a hoodie walking home from the bus stop? I would roll my eyes and read the comments anyway, watching the neighborhood turn 30 seconds of footage into a full criminal profile. I am not proud of the way I used to sit there judging everybody. It felt safe, though. There is a certain comfort in believing other people are overreacting. It keeps the world small, entertaining. Contained in a feed you can scroll past and close. The first mention of what would eventually eat Maple Ridge Court alive did not look like anything special. It was just another post in that flood. A grainy shot of the street at night, a caption that said something like, "Anyone else see a guy walking up and down really late? Kinda weird." The photo itself was useless, just a smear of gray on a darker gray background. Maybe a person, maybe a reflection. I barely glanced at it before my thumb flicked to the next thing. I told myself it was nothing. A neighbor, a jogger, a DoorDash driver with no sense of time. People walk at night. People get bored and paranoid. I set my phone face down on the nightstand, listened to the heater breathe through the vents, and fell asleep. The first time something about our little cul-de-sac snagged on my nerves in real life. It was not on a screen. It was a Thursday, I think. Probably. The days blur together now. It was later than I usually hit the grocery store, and the parking lot out by the Kroger near 36 was almost empty when I pulled in. Bright white fluorescent lamps buzzed overhead, lighting up rows of metal carts clanking against each other, little scraps of receipts blowing across the asphalt like tumbleweeds. Inside the store felt too big for the handful of people wandering the aisles. The sound system played some 90s song low enough that the squeak of cartwheels over tile was louder. I remember the smell more than anything, that mix of detergent from the cleaning aisle, the faint fish market funk, and the warm, dusty air near the bakery where they shut everything down for the night. I grabbed what we needed: milk bread, microwave dinners, because we were both too tired that week to pretend we cooked. I stood under the humming lights in the self-checkout lane, waited for the machine to yell at me about the bagging area paid, and pushed the cart back out into the cold. By the time I turned onto Maple Ridge Court, the sky over the cul-de-sac was the dead kind of black you only get when there is no moon, and the clouds have swallowed whatever stars might have made it through the light pollution. My headlights swept across Matt's big F-150 Dave's minivan, the Ramirez kids' bikes lying in their yard. Most of the houses were dark, except for the pale rectangles of bedroom windows and the yellow pools spilling out from a couple of porch lights someone had forgotten to switch off. I hit the button on my visor. The garage door groaned to life, rising slow, revealing the rectangle of concrete and hanging garden tools that made up our tiny piece of American dream. I eased the car inside, killed the engine, and sat for a second in the quiet. Then I opened the door, slid out, and went around to the trunk. The air had that thin metallic cold that dries out your nose. The only sounds were the motor of my garage door still climbing and some far-off truck engine on the highway. I lifted 2 grocery bags out, plastic biting into my fingers, and stepped backward toward the door into the kitchen. My shoes scuffed the rough concrete. The garage light buzzed overhead. That is when I heard it. Footsteps. On the sidewalk behind my driveway. Not heavy, not running, just the steady rhythm of shoes on concrete coming from the right side of the house, moving past the open mouth of my garage. There was also the faintest rustle cloth brushing against cloth, like someone shifting inside a jacket or dragging something along. I froze for a heartbeat, groceries hanging from my hand. The sound was so clear, it felt like someone had turned up the volume on that one tiny channel and muted everything else. Step, step, step. Rustle. I turned my head, expecting to see someone's silhouette moving past the end of the driveway, a neighbor walking the dog, late a jogger with headphones in. The garage door finished creaking up into the ceiling, giving me a full view of the street. Empty. The sidewalk in front of my house and the adjoining yards was washed in the tired yellow of the streetlight. The mailboxes stood in their row, still and identical. No one was walking. No dogs. No joggers. Nothing. For a second, my brain tried to slide something into that space, a flash of white, a shape, but there was nothing to grab onto. Just my own breath puffing in front of me. I stood there longer than I should have, straining to hear those footsteps again. But all that came was the normal stuff crawling back in a car, turning somewhere far away. The heater kicking on inside the house, the refrigerator compressor starting its low rumble through the wall. I told myself it was just someone from the houses further down, already out of sight by the time I looked. or maybe I imagined it. It had been a long day. The bags were cutting into my hand. I backed into the house, let the door swing shut behind me, and locked it without thinking. If I am honest, though, the sound did not leave with me. It sat somewhere behind my ears, looping. Footsteps on concrete, rustle of fabric. No one there. Looking back at it now, with everything that came after, that was the moment the postcard started to curl at the edges for me. That was the first glitch in the picture. The first time I ever heard something that did not fit on our street. It was not on any camera. It was just behind me, and I did nothing about it. 1.2. The first white shape on camera. The next time Maple Ridge Court bothered me, it did not come as footsteps behind my back. It arrived as a notification. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind where the whole street smells like grills and lighter fluid and overcooked hot dogs. I was on the couch with a game on mute, half paying attention, when my phone buzzed against my thigh. Not a text, not an email. The specific little ping of the HOA Facebook group lighting up. Someone had posted a photo. The thumbnail was dark, mostly black and muted gray, with a slice of pavement and the corner of a parked SUV. The caption under it in all caps said, "Who is this? This was at 2:14 a.m. Tuesday." Creepy. I tapped it open more out of habit than concern. The picture filled the screen. It was from a Ring camera mounted above a front door at the far end of the cul-de-sac. The fisheye lens warped everything, so the driveway looked like it was bowing up toward the sky, the two SUVs on either side, leaning in like they were sharing a secret. Between them, in the middle of the frame, was the thing everyone was already arguing about. It was a shape more than a person. Low-light grain and compression had chewed off the details, leaving a pale vertical smear where a body should be. It looked like someone in white standing with their back to the house, head tilted a little to the side like they were listening for something in the dark. No face, no clear arms. Just that wrong-colored smudge against the asphalt. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The white blob became a blocky outline that could have been a hoodie or a poncho or a sheet. If I squinted, I could almost imagine the line of a hood, the shadow where shoulders might be. The more I tried to see, the less clear it got. My eyes started making their own decisions. The comment section was already on fire. "They're casing the place," one person wrote. "Call the sheriff," someone else said, like they were typing it into a 911 line. "Check the sex offender registry." "I'm not kidding," another neighbor added. There were suggestions about motion lights, about carrying pepper spray to the mailbox, about not letting your kids walk alone even during the day. Someone had circled the figure in red using their phone markup and posted a second version, as if the bright red circle made the ghost any more solid. I could feel that familiar, petty part of me wanting to roll my eyes hard enough to see my brain. So I did what I always did when the HOA started eating itself alive. I made a joke. I tapped into the reply box and typed, "Probably some DoorDash driver in the wrong subdivision I hit." Sen sat back and watched my comment float up above the dog pile like a little flag of rationality. A few people reacted with the laughing emoji. Someone replied, "Not funny, Mike." Another just wrote, "This isn't a joke." I told myself I was the only sane one in the room. Blurry figure, late night, over-caffeinated neighbors. That was all. Then the second picture got posted. This one was 2 days later. Different house, same time window. The caption read, "We saw him too." He just stood there under the streetlight. The shot was taken from a front-facing camera across the cul-de-sac from the lamp at the entrance. The white figure was smaller now, farther away, standing right in the puddle of yellow light, where the asphalt curved into the main road. The shape was the same, too pale, too solid, the edges fuzzed by the camera, but the posture was familiar. Shoulders forward, head angled slightly to one side. In the comments, the homeowner described waking up to a faint tapping on their front window. Not knocking, not pounding, just light, insistent taps like fingernails on glass. When they checked the door, no one was there. The ring showed a motion event from 2 minutes earlier. They grabbed a still from that and posted it. If it had stopped there, maybe it would have just turned into a neighborhood joke. But the posts kept coming. A house on the other side of the court, a white blur in the side yard hovering near the fence. A timestamp, 1:47 a.m. He was shuffling around in the gravel, the homeowner wrote. We heard it on the camera mic, but when we went to look, nothing. Another place caught him walking, or what they said was walking up the street. In the video, you could only see the tail end of the shape sliding out of frame, as if it had been there longer than the camera had been awake. The details were always the same and always just out of reach. Light tapping on glass, but no reflection of a hand. Shuffling sounds on a driveway, but no audible footsteps on the gravel. The clips were short, cheap, color-drained. The sound, when there was sound, was mostly hiss, and the occasional click of some digital brain turning on. Grace was the first one in our house to take it personally. At first, she laughed them off with me scrolling through the HOA feed while she pulled on her shoes before work. Maple Ridge Ghost. Somebody had started calling it in, the comments half mocking, half not. We joked about it in the kitchen with the overhead light too bright and the Keurig gurgling on the counter. But the third or fourth time she watched one of those videos, a different look settled in behind her eyes. She stopped funning about it and started looking at the timestamp. All of these are around 1 or 2 in the morning, she said quietly. That's exactly when I get home. After that, the way she got ready for work changed. Before she would grab her bag, toss a love you over her shoulder, and head out. Now she lingered at the door. She would stand there with her keys in her hand, double-check the locks on the back door, make sure the garage door opener was clipped to her visor, and then look back into the house one last time, like she was memorizing it. A few nights in a row, she didn't even pretend not to be scared. What would you do? She asked me one evening, standing on the welcome mat with her scrub top peeking out from under her jacket, if he was standing at the end of our driveway when I pulled in. It was one of those questions that had fear folded into it like layers. Fear of some stranger lurking. Fear of becoming the next post on the HOA page. Fear of me saying I'd do nothing. So of course I answered like an idiot. I'd ask him where he got that ugly hoodie, I said. Tell him there's a dress code on this street. She didn't laugh as much as I hoped she would. Her mouth twitched, but her eyes stayed serious. I'm not kidding, Mike. I know I said I'd come out. I'd be here. I meant it when I said it. Underneath the joke, underneath the part of me that liked feeling above the panic, there was something else waking up. I started listening more when the house was quiet. I picked out the difference between a car slowing by the court and one turning in. I listened for the AC kicking on and off, the fridge compressor starting and stopping, the distant sirens sliding along the highway. Every unfamiliar sound after midnight got a label in my head. Highway neighbor wind. Anything left over hovered in a different category. I tried not to think about what to call it. We did what everyone else did. We bought ourselves some peace of mind. Outdoor cameras were expensive, especially the good ones, so I started smaller. I ordered a Nest Cam and mounted it in our living room, high on the wall, angled so it could see the front door, the frosted glass panel beside it, and most of the hallway. It was more for packages and the occasional FedEx guy than for ghosts. Or that was what I told myself when I plugged it in. The little unit came to life with a soft chime. A ring of light glowed briefly, then dimmed. In the quiet of the living room, after I had turned the TV off, I could hear a faint, constant buzz from the power adapter, a delicate electric insect sound that joined the background choir of the house. Our neighbors escalated too. Overnight, Maple Ridge Court sprouted glass eyes. Ring doorbells, Arlo cams nailed to siding motion-activated floodlights on garages. Every evening, as the sky went dark, you could stand at the mouth of the court and watch the street blink on porch lights, click, floodlights whoomp into brightness. The second a squirrel crossed the lawn, infrared LEDs on doorbells glowing dull red. The sound of the cul-de-sac changed with the hardware. Instead of just crickets and distant traffic nights were full of little clicks and hums, sensors ticking on, transformers buzzing. The soft, mechanical sigh of a floodlight powering down after deciding nothing was worth staying awake for. The people changed, too. At the mailbox cluster near the entrance on a gray Tuesday afternoon, I stood waiting for some guy in front of me to figure out which key was his. We were both in office clothes, ties, loosened IDs still hanging from lanyards. He leaned in a little and lowered his voice. "Did you see the latest one?" he asked, pretending to be more interested in his mail than the answer. "Which one?" I said. There were so many it already felt like episodes. "Long white coat, maybe a sheet," he whispered. "My wife says it looked like a hospital gown. Kids aren't playing outside after dinner anymore. Not until this is dealt with." He said dealt with like he was talking about raccoons in the attic. Later that week, standing under the angry neon glow of a Walmart checkout sign, I heard it again. Two people ahead of me, a woman in yoga pants and a man in a fleece jacket, were talking low. "That white freak at Maple Ridge," the woman said. "They need to arrest him before something happens." The cashier, a bored-looking kid with stretched earlobes, scanned their detergent and nodded like he knew exactly who she meant. Like our quiet little dead end had become a title people recognized. I still told myself it was stupid, overblown. Neighbors feeding each other's anxiety through grainy screenshots and microphone static. Every time I scrolled past another post, I heard my own sarcastic comment in my head. Probably just a delivery guy in the wrong subdivision. Then one evening, someone knocked on our door in a way that didn't sound like any neighbor. It was around dinner time. The smell of something frozen baking in the oven filled the kitchen, sharp and artificial. Grace was getting ready for a day shift for once, not in a hurry, actually laughing at something on TV. The heater was running steadily, pushing warm air through the vents. The knock was a solid thud, not too loud, but heavy enough that I felt it in the floorboards more than heard it in my ears. A second later, there was a faint crackle from outside, like a radio picking up a signal. I went to the door. Through the peephole, all I saw was a distorted slice of our porch and the curve of a dark shoulder. When I opened it, the cold rolled in along with a man in a tan uniform and a dark jacket, one hand resting casually on his duty belt. "Evening, sir," he said. Behind him, parked at the curb, a sheriff's cruiser idled its engine, rumbling low. The roof lights were off, but the radio on his shoulder hissed and popped with half words from somewhere else. "Everything okay?" I asked. He gave the street a quick glance before looking back at me. "We're doing a canvass," he said. "There have been some reports of a suspicious person in white walking around late at night. You're on Maple Ridge, so I'm guessing you've heard." I almost laughed. "I'm in the HOA group," I said. "Hard to miss." He smiled politely, but his eyes didn't. "Do you have any cameras facing the street? Anything that might have picked up a person walking by between, say, 1 and 3 a.m. in the last couple weeks?" Behind him, I could hear his cruiser's radio crackle again. A dispatcher's voice chopped into static. The heater inside my house shut off right then, like it knew it should stop talking while the grown-ups were in the room. For a second, the only sounds were the low idle of the car, the soft hiss of his radio, and our breathing in the doorway. "No," I said. just one inside on the living room. It doesn't see the street." He nodded, made a note on a small pad. "If you install anything outside and catch someone especially wearing white, please call us first. Don't engage. People get scared. Scared people make mistakes." His tone on that last sentence landed heavier than the others, like he was reading from a script he had practiced too often. "Understood," I said. He thanked me, tipped his head toward Grace when she leaned into the hallway to see who it was, and went back down the steps. The cruiser pulled away, tires whispering over the asphalt, and the normal sounds of the house slowly returned. The oven fan whirring the clock, ticking the random soft knock of ice dropping inside the freezer. I shut the door, slid the deadbolt, and leaned my forehead against the wood for a second. The fact that the sheriff's department was going door to door should have made it feel more real. Should have told me this was more than just HOA drama now, more than bored people feeding each other's fears. If anything, it made it easier for me to stick to my script. Probably just a bored teenager, I told Grace, as I walked back into the kitchen, hoping if I said it like I believed it, the house would believe it too. 1.3 Map of a Normal Life. If you took any single weekday from that winter and watched it on fast forward, you would swear nothing bad could ever happen on our street. It would look boring, comforting even. That is the worst part. On the morning it all really started to stitch itself together, my day began like most of them did, standing in front of the kitchen counter, staring at the drip coffee maker like it was life support. The clock on the stove read 6:42 a.m. in harsh green numbers. Outside the window above the sink, Maple Ridge Court was still dusky. The sky a flat gray blue with just a suggestion of pink over the tops of the houses. The news was on low in the living room, the local station, with the same two anchors who always looked half awake, no matter how excited their voices tried to sound. The words blurred into the usual background noise, something about a robbery downtown, something about a fire 2 counties over a missing person on the other side of Columbus. The red banner at the bottom of the screen flashed, breaking over events that had nothing to do with us. Their maps always showed other neighborhoods, other exits, other streets. Not our area, I remember thinking the way you do without meaning to. You hear about bad things and your brain automatically pins them to some invisible map labeled elsewhere. The coffee maker gave a final wet hiss and drip, and I poured the sludge into a mug with a faded Ohio State logo on it. Grace shuffled past in her pajamas, hair in a loose knot, eyes still red from a night shift the day before. She kissed my shoulder, mumbled something about needing 10 more hours of sleep, and curled up on the couch with a blanket, while the weather guy talked about a cold front moving in. The heater clicked on with a soft metallic tick from somewhere behind the walls, sending warm air whispering up through the vents. The house was waking up exactly the way it was supposed to. By 8:30, I was on I-71, the car heater blowing stale warm air at my legs, the windshield wipers squeaking at a mist that never quite turned into rain. The sky had gone from gray to a kind of sickly white. Talk radio buzzed quietly from the speaker's hosts, yelling about politics, commercials for injury lawyers promising to fight for you. Jingles I knew by heart without wanting to. Every day I passed the same billboards. One for a gun range, a giant black and white photo of a smiling couple with ear protection and pistols. One for a church with the words, "You are not alone," floating over a picture of a sunrise. One digital board that flipped between ads, car dealerships, insurance, a local funeral home, with a slogan about celebration of life. They all blurred into a row of loud, silent faces watching the highway. The sun set earlier every day. By the time I left the office at 5, the light outside the building already had that washed-out late afternoon look that made it feel like it should be closer to midnight. There is a particular feeling to walking through a parking lot at that hour in winter, your breath visible in front of you, the sound of your own footsteps too loud on the pavement, the wind sneaking under your jacket collar. On the drive home, the same route played like a loop. Merge change lanes, take the exit slow for the light near the Kroger, turn past the gas station with its flickering sign. The closer I got to Maple Ridge Court, the more the big noises of the highway faded and the small domestic sounds took over. Tires on wet asphalt, the soft squeal of my brakes as I turned into the subdivision, the low hum of other cars idling in driveways warming up. That night, when I hit the button for the garage, the door groaned open sluggishly, the cold making the motor sound like it was complaining. Inside, the air smelled like someone else's dinner. When I stepped into the kitchen, I realized why. Grace had left a glass dish of lasagna in the oven on keep warm mode. The aroma hit me immediately, a heavy mix of tomato sauce and melted cheese, and something a little burnt around the edges. The kind of smell that clings to the air and makes you feel full before you even eat. I set my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door, the familiar clink ringing through the quiet. In the background, the dishwasher hummed water, sloshing and spinning in rhythmic cycles, like a washing machine underwater. Every few minutes, the ice maker in the fridge would decide to drop a handful of cubes into the tray with a hollow clack, loud enough to make you look up if you were not expecting it. If you had muted everything else in my life and just recorded that hour, the whir of the dishwasher, the clink of fork on plate, the occasional dull knock from the freezer, you would have had the perfect soundtrack to what I thought a normal life was supposed to sound like. It was somewhere between bites of reheated lasagna that my phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up with a notification, not from work, not from family, but from Messenger. Matt created a group Maple Ridge Watch. The icon was the default blue until he changed it to a blurry screenshot of the white figure from the HOA page. The name hovered under it like a joke. I huffed a laugh through my nose and opened the chat. Matt was the first to type. "All right, boys, if the HOA won't do anything, I guess it's up to us." Dave chimed in neighborhood watch, but make it Walmart budget. Then Mr. Henry got my scanner and my porch light. Been doing this since before you two were born. I do not know exactly how I ended up in the group. Matt and I shared a property line and occasional beers. Dave lived on the other side and worked nights sometimes, so we waved more than we talked. Mr. Henry was the old guy at the corner who knew everyone's business because he was retired and always outside with a broom or a hose. I was the IT guy who carried his groceries in after dark and made sarcastic comments on HOA posts. I was not cop material. I was not hero material. But there was something about seeing my name pop up in Maple Ridge Watch that flicked a small switch in my brain. They started with jokes, of course. Memes about Scooby-Doo unmasking villains. A photo of a guy in a bedsheet at a frat party. Someone posted a GIF of a knight putting on armor. Matt. If I ever catch that guy, I swear I'm ripping that sheet off. Dave bet it's just some high schooler. I'll have him stocking shelves at my Walmart as punishment. Henry high schoolers don't move like that. I heard the audio from Karen's doorbell. Didn't sound right. They were half serious, half playing at being guardians of the cul-de-sac. When I finally typed something, it was in the same tone I always used. You guys know we're going to end up chasing some Uber Eats driver with a salad order right laughing emoji. Thumbs up. Then Matt sent, "We still need eyes." Mike's got the tech. Dave's got the bat. Henry's got the police in his pocket. I knew it was a joke. But I would be lying if I said it did not make something in me straighten up a little. I liked the idea, even if I told myself I didn't, of being the tech guy in a squad of suburban defenders. It made my normal day feel like it had a purpose besides just making sure someone's printer worked. So I leaned into my assigned role. I sent a screenshot of the Nest app, the little timeline of motion events, like blips on a heart monitor. I talked about camera angles, about how we could share clips. I told them I would keep an eye on the notifications after midnight when Grace was at work and I was too wired on coffee to sleep anyway. In my head, I was still the rational one. The guy standing slightly outside the circle, shaking his head at everyone else's paranoia. But every time my phone buzzed with a new message in that chat, every time someone posted a new blurry frame of the white figure, I felt myself step a little closer in. That night, after the dishwasher beeped its completion song and the oven finally shut off for good, the house settled into what I used to think of as its night mode. Lights clicked off room by room. The heater cycled down until only a faint breath came through the vents. The cul-de-sac outside my window shifted from orange to a deeper, more muffled gold as the streetlights took over entirely. From our bedroom, you could see almost the entire curve of Maple Ridge Court. If I pushed the curtain aside just a little, I could look out over the top of the blinds and see the circle of asphalt, the rows of mailboxes at the mouth of the street, the dark shapes of SUVs and sedans sleeping in their driveways. Porch lights glowed here and there. A couple of blue-tinted rectangles of TV screens flickered behind curtains. The rest was shadows. Every so often, headlights would sweep across the far end as someone came home late or cut through by mistake. Then they would vanish, and the court would go back to looking like a snow globe someone had set down and forgotten. A closed system, a place where nothing really bad could get in. If you could freeze that image forever, the soft glow of the street lamps on empty pavement, the faint, constant hiss of the freeway in the distance like white noise, you would never guess what was buried under it. We would have all grown old here thinking the worst thing that ever happened was a raccoon in the trash or a kid keying a car. The night Jared texted me for the first time about spooking the neighborhood watch had not happened yet. At this point, the white figure was still just a blurry stranger on a screen, and that made it safer somehow. 2.1. Pixels and Panic. If Chapter 1 of this mess was just rumors and shadows on our street, Chapter 2 lived almost entirely inside our phones. The first ring clip hit the Maple Ridge Watch chat on a Wednesday night. Matt screen recorded it from the HOA post and dropped it in like breaking news. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, lit up my living room ceiling with a pale flash. And when I opened Messenger, the video auto-played in that tiny frame between our names. The soundtrack was the first thing that got under my skin. Every ring or nest clip starts with that soft digital ding, the notification tone baked in like the camera clearing its throat. Then you get a second or two of normal audio wind, a car in the distance, someone's TV muffled through a wall, the crunch of dry leaves under somebody's boots. Ordinary low-level noise that tells you the world is still turning. In the first clip Matt sent, you could clearly hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming up the driveway toward the camera. Dry leaves scattering with each step, a faint scuff as shoe rubber slid on concrete. The mic picked up the sound of the night itself, a bug chirping too close to the speaker, a truck rumbling far away. Then the figure stepped into frame. The image stuttered for half a second, the way cheap Wi-Fi always does, and then the white shape was just there. Not materializing in a supernatural way, nothing cinematic. One frame empty, the next frame full, courtesy of packet loss and practical compression. Just a person in white, underexposed and overexposed at the same time, standing at the edge of the porch light. And the audio changed. All that background sound, the bugs, the faint engine noise, the rustle of leaves dropped away like someone had grabbed the volume slider on the world and yanked it down. There was still a trace of hiss, the camera's own internal static, but everything else thinned out. It sounded like the air around the lens had stepped back, holding its breath. The figure didn't do anything dramatic. It just stood inside the distorted ring of light, a little too tall and a little too straight. The head turned slightly up toward the camera, as if listening. The hoodie, or whatever it was, blended into a single pale blur that erased all the places you expect to see a face. Then the clip ended. The UI overlay popped back up, and the video looped with the little ding again. In the chat, the messages poured over each other. Matt, look at how close he gets to the door. Dave. Why is the sound like that? It's like it cuts out when he shows up. Henry, mix on those things are junk. Could be auto gain. Could be something else. I watched it a couple more times, thumb hovering over the pause button trying to catch a clean still. On one frame, the figure's head was tilted more to the right. On another, the shoulders seemed hunched, like he was carrying something under the fabric. But the porch light had blown out all detail. The camera saw clothing and skin as the same flat, soulless white. The more I froze it, the less it looked like a person. It started to look like a cutout glued onto the picture. A placeholder. The second clip came from a house closer to us. Different angle, different time, same pattern. Ding, normal sound, a car passing, someone coughing inside the house. Then, the moment the figure entered the frame, the noise level dropped. Not to zero, but to this weird underwater hush where nothing sounded quite right. In that one, he was farther back on the sidewalk, halfway between two driveways. The streetlight at the top of the court backlit him, turning his whole body into a blown-out silhouette. When I paused it, there was enough shadow on one side that my brain tried to fill in a bag hanging from his hand. Matt swore it was a crowbar. Dave said he thought it was empty, just the fold of the hoodie. We argued like the pixels were going to confess. Freeze at 003, Matt wrote. You can see it in his right hand. That's just the shadow, I replied. If he was holding something metal, you'd see a reflection. Henry dropped in a longer clip from one of the HOA posts, the one where the white shape crossed a yard diagonally skirting the porch light, like it knew exactly where the line between light and dark was. In the background, you could hear the homeowner's TV, some late-night game show host laughing, then that same old story, the sound thinned out right as the figure entered the heart of the frame. Maybe the camera cuts volume to avoid feedback. I offered, half to them, half to myself. Or maybe it doesn't like being watched. Henry replied and stuck a winking emoji after it that did not make me feel better. Outside of our dumb little chat, the paranoia stopped being a joke. The pastor from the big brick church down on the main road sent out an email to his mailing list. Grace showed it to me on her phone one morning, holding it up across the table while I sipped my coffee. In light of recent events in our community, it said we urge all congregants to stay vigilant. Walk in pairs after dark when possible. Check on your neighbors. Fear feeds on isolation. The HOA president, never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, posted a long passive-aggressive essay about recent unfortunate behavior and parents needing to supervise their teens. And this isn't funny, it affects property values. They did not use the word ghost, but they did not have to. Everyone in that comment section knew exactly which blurry white smear they were talking about. For Grace, the whole thing latched onto a very specific part of her day, the walk from her car to the hospital entrance and back again. Riverside's employee lot is big and flat and badly lit in all the ways you do not want at midnight. Tall sodium lamps buzz overhead, casting everything in an ugly orange glow that makes shadows look thicker. Cars line up in long, dark rows, most of them empty their windows, reflecting slices of sky and concrete. When the wind picks up, it whistles through the gaps between them, like someone trying not to be heard. She would walk that stretch with her keys threaded through her fingers, her badge bouncing against her chest, listening to the squeak of her sneakers on the pavement. Somewhere, a cart's wheels would squeal as somebody dragged medical equipment back inside. Every sound was magnified by the hour. Every silhouette looked suspicious in the corner of your eye. Now every time I see someone in white from a distance, I freeze, she told me once over FaceTime. In the break room, her hair pushed back dark circles under her eyes. Patients in gowns, staff in coats, it all looks like him for a second. She started texting me when she reached her car, a ritual checkpoint. At 12:18 a.m., my phone would chirp and I would see made it to the Jeep. Sometimes she added a selfie with her seatbelt on the interior lights, bright hospital looming behind her. At 12:25, home in 10, the little chirp of her Jeep unlocking in the driveway became another sound I cataloged as safe. I wish I could tell you I was paying attention to everything else that was happening outside our cul-de-sac then. The truth is, I dismissed most of it as noise. Somewhere in that same week, buried between stories about flu season and a car accident on 270, the local news ran a 30-second segment that barely registered for me at the time. Grainy footage of a parking lot, different one not Riverside, with a reporter standing off to the side and the words, "Security concern" in big letters at the bottom of the screen. Hospital staff have reported a person in white clothing loitering near the employee entrance late at night, the anchor said over the clip. Security believes it may be a disgruntled family member, but they're reminding everyone to walk in groups and report anything suspicious. I remember glancing up, seeing the words "person in white," and then looking back down at my phone as another HOA notification rolled in about our very own person in white closer to home. 2 different screens, 2 different sets of pixels telling versions of the same story. I did not connect them. Not then. At that point, the white figure in my head still belonged to Maple Ridge Court alone. He was a blurry stranger haunting our little loop of asphalt, a digital smudge we could manage and mock and maybe someday catch on a clearer camera. If I had taken 30 seconds longer to watch that hospital segment, if I had asked Grace even once whether her security office had gotten similar clips, maybe I would have realized earlier that the thing walking through our cul-de-sac didn't necessarily start here or end here. 2.2. The knock that never happened officially. There was one night in all of this that still plays back in my head like a scene someone else filmed. If the cameras had actually caught what I remember, it would probably be your cold open. Instead, officially, it never happened. Grace was on a night shift, which meant the house belonged to me, the fridge, and whatever Netflix thought I wanted to see. I had the living room lamp off, only the TV on a true crime doc droning in the background, faces flickering across the screen in soft blue light. The dishwasher was running in the kitchen, its cycles as steady as breathing fill, spin, pause, drain. Every so often, one of the plates inside would click against another and make me look over, even though I knew exactly what it was. It was one of those nights where you feel too wired to sleep and too tired to do anything that matters. I was on the couch with my legs stretched out, phone in hand, thumb, scrolling the Maple Ridge watch chat like I was reading a group of people live narrating their own nervous breakdown. At 1:12 a.m., Matt dropped a new video into the thread. The little play icon appeared over a shaky thumbnail of asphalt and mailboxes. "Corner mailbox," he typed. He was just standing there. I tapped the clip. The screen filled with a wide-angle view of the mouth of our court, the row of green mailboxes, the curve where our little bubble met the bigger street, a slice of the main road where occasionally headlights slid past. The camera was mounted right above the cluster, tilted down and out. The video started with that familiar ding, then a few seconds of nothing. I could hear the faint rush of passing cars, the whisper of wind brushing against the mic. Then, almost casually, the white figure stepped into frame from the left. He stood with his back to the camera, centered perfectly between the mailboxes and the street. The streetlight behind him turned his whole outline into a pale, overexposed shape. His hood or head or whatever it was tilted a fraction, like he was reading the numbers on the boxes or listening for something farther down the court. Just as in the other clips, the audio collapsed. The night sounds flattened like someone pressed cotton up against my ears. No more clear car noise. No more wind. Just a thin hiss and the faint crackle of digital compression. The figure did not move. The video timed out after 10 seconds and looped back to the start. "Why does he just stand there?" Dave typed. "If it was a thief, wouldn't he move?" "Look around, he's casing houses," Matt replied. "He's looking just not like a normal guy." Henry's message came next, always the one to lean into it. "Some things don't need to move to be dangerous," he wrote. "Ask any spider." I was mid-eye roll when it happened. It was around 1:30 a.m. The AC unit outside had kicked on and was humming steadily, a low, constant drone pushing cold air around the house. The dishwasher was in its final stretch water, whooshing softly behind cabinet doors. The TV was still muttering about a decades-old crime. Under all of that, something new slid in. 3 soft knocks on the front door. Not the doorbell, not someone pounding with a fist. Just 3 measured, almost polite taps, spaced a second apart. Knock, knock, knock. It is strange how your brain reacts in those moments. The TV didn't actually get quieter, but it might as well have. The conversation in the group chat stopped existing. The AC hum moved to the background. Every bit of my attention tunneled down to the thin stretch of wall and wood at the front of the house. I held my breath genuinely, not sure if I had misheard something. Sometimes the ice maker drops a batch hard enough to sound like a knock. Sometimes the dishwasher kicks in a way that echoes weirdly. I waited. Silence. Then again. Softer this time, like whoever or whatever was out there had noticed the first attempt was too loud. Knock. 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 My skin prickled. I turned my head slowly toward the hallway that leads to the front door. From the couch, all I could see was the faint rectangle of lighter color where the foyer began. The TV's blue spill barely reached it. The AC kept humming. The dishwasher hummed along. Nothing else made a sound. I did what any rational, tech-leaning idiot in my position would do. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the Nest app. The live feed from the living room camera popped up my own couch from above the coffee table, the hallway, and the front door with its frosted glass panel. The image wobbled slightly as the connection stabilized. Nothing moved. The door was shut. The glass was an even soft gray. No shadow passing by. No figure looming. In the audio track, a half-second behind what I was actually hearing in real life, the AC hummed. The faint wash of the dishwasher bled through. And under that, barely there, like someone tapping the mic with a fingernail in another room, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. If you had played it for me out of context, I would have said it was nothing. A glitch, a noise from the pipes, something. But sitting there in my own living room, watching the hallway on my phone while the flesh and blood door sat 30 feet away, it felt like something was knocking on the idea of my house as much as the wood. I did not open the door. I wish I could say I marched over, flipped on the porch light, and confronted whoever it was. That is the story a lot of guys like to tell themselves, that they are the person who steps forward, not the one who freezes. I did not step forward. I stood up, moved slowly toward the hallway until I could see the deadbolt latch gleaming in the faint TV light, and turned it. Very gently. I could feel the metal piece sliding into place under my fingers, hear the almost inaudible scrape as it seated itself in the strike plate. It felt like sealing a jar with something inside you don't want getting out. The knocking stopped. No more taps. No footsteps retreating down the porch steps. No muted voice. Just the AC grinding on and the distant laugh track from the TV trying to drag me back into whatever story it was telling. I turned the living room lamp off completely. The screen became the only light source, throwing a jittery blue glow across the walls and my own reflection in the glass of the framed photos. The house looked different in that light, flatter, more like a set than a home. I stood there in the dark, the phone still in my hand, listening for anything. A breath under the door, a hand sliding along the siding, the creak of the porch boards. Nothing came. After what felt like a full minute, the AC cut off too, leaving only the soft electronic buzz of the TV and the ticking of the thermostat as the temperature leveled. The fridge, which must have been in its own tiny pause, chose that moment to kick back on. The compressor thumped the motor word to life, and the sudden return of that ordinary hum made me jump harder than the knocking had. It was like the house was saying, "There, see still just us." I did not go to the door that night. I did not peek through the peephole. I did not check the porch camera across the street. I sat back down on the couch with my heart hammering and the Nest feed still open in a little floating window, and I watched the empty hallway until my eyes watered. Eventually, I convinced myself that if there had been someone out there, the cameras would have caught them. The fact that there was nothing visible made it easier to file it away as half-sleep, misheard pipes, some combination of noises stacking wrong in my head. That was the story I told myself. It is also the story I told the sheriff by omission. Later, when I was giving my statement about the night Jared died, when they asked if there had been any other incidents in the weeks leading up to it, I talked about the HOA posts, the ring clips, the general unease in the neighborhood. I did not mention the 3 soft knocks on my door at 1:30 in the morning. I did not tell them about standing there in the dark, thumb on a deadbolt, listening for footsteps that never came. I did not mention the knocks in my official statement because I could not prove they were real. No video, no clear audio, no eyewitness besides me. Just 3 sounds floating in the space between my ears. The next morning, after too little sleep and too much coffee, I opened the Nest app again, with the kind of grim curiosity you reserve for looking up medical symptoms. I scrolled back through the timeline to the night before, to the block between 1:00 and 2:00 a.m., expecting to see at least a little gray bar where the app had registered that I'd been watching the live feed. Instead, the screen showed a flat, empty line and a simple message in clean, confident font, no motion events. 10 a.m. 2 a.m., no clips, no snapshots, no record that the camera had been accessed. It was like that hour had simply not happened as far as Nest was concerned. According to the device that was supposed to remember everything, nothing had moved. Nothing had made a sound worth keeping, and I had never tapped live at all. 2.3. The text from Jared. When people talk about Jared now, on the rare occasions his name actually gets said out loud, you can hear them trying to retroactively turn him into a cautionary tale. He was a good kid, but they say, and then trail off into whatever lesson they need from the story. What I remember first is not a lesson. It is him standing in my kitchen, in socks, fridge door open, debating whether to steal my leftovers. Jared was Grace's cousin, 19, a local community college kid, whose major seemed to change every semester depending on which advisor got to him last. He was always broke in that sprawling, half-funny way teenagers are, gas money gone. Textbook money spent on concert tickets, food money. That was what relatives with full refrigerators were for. Most Sundays during football season, he would show up at our place unannounced. I would hear the rapid double knock he always did, tap, 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 and then the door would swing open before I could finish saying, "Come in." Yo, he'd call, kicking off his old gray sneakers in a single practiced motion, sending them skidding under the edge of the coffee table like he was sliding into home plate. He was all elbows and angles, skinny in a way that looked like he'd shot up too fast, and his body hadn't had time to catch up. Messy dark hair, permanently halfway between needing a cut and growing it out. He favored graphic tees with horror movie posters on them, The Thing, Halloween, random B-movies he watched on streaming at 3 in the morning, and faded black jeans that always seemed to be one wash away from disintegrating. He loved horror in that way. You can only love it when it is still theoretical jump scares on a screen, creepy pasta on Reddit, found footage movies that end with a loud noise and a cut to black. He liked being scared where the worst consequence was dropping his popcorn. He also loved pranks. Not the elaborate sociopathic kind. More like move your stuff half an inch and wait for you to notice. Rubber cockroaches in cereal boxes, fake rats in the garage. He once switched the sound his mom's phone made for text notifications to a blood-curdling scream and nearly gave her a heart attack in the middle of a CVS. With me, the dynamic was simple. I was the closest thing he had to an older brother who didn't live in his house and didn't have the authority to ground him. I was just old enough and just established enough to occupy that sweet spot between uncool adult and guy you can say dumb stuff to without getting a lecture. I liked it more than I would admit. "Dude," he'd say, dropping onto my couch and propping his socked feet right on the table, "your HOA is insane. It's like the Truman Show for Karens." We would scroll the Maple Ridge Facebook group together, reading the latest outrage. "Suspicious raccoon near trash cans at 10:13 p.m. He'd read in a mock serious voice. "Look at the eyes on this thing." "That raccoon is actually my landlord," I'd say. "He wants to know why I haven't edged the lawn this week." When the first white figure posts started cropping up, Jared thought they were the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Oh my God. He wheezed, laughing so hard he had to clutch his stomach. "They really think this is a ghost that is a dude in a Costco hoodie, bro. This neighborhood is going to eat itself." He was not wrong about that part. The weekend before everything went sideways, he came over carrying a plastic shopping bag with a spiraled orange logo on it. He dropped it onto our coffee table with a dramatic flourish. "Look what I got for $5, he announced. Post-Halloween clearance. Spirit Halloween doesn't know how to price art." He reached into the bag and pulled out what looked at first like a crumpled bedsheet. When he shook it out, it unfurled into a full-length white cloak with a deep hood and cheap satin-ish sheen. It looked like it had been designed for a budget Grim Reaper or a last-minute angel costume. He swung it around his shoulders and pulled the hood up. It swallowed him. The fabric pooled around his sneakers, and the hood fell forward enough to throw his face into shadow. Standing there in my living room under the overhead light, he looked like every blurred security camera still the HOA had been posting for weeks. "What do you think?" he said, voice muffled from inside the hood. Spooky enough, I laughed, but there was a tightness in it I did not expect. "You're gonna get yourself shot in this neighborhood," I told him. "Half these people sleep with a gun on the nightstand and their phone open to the HOA page. You show up in that on someone's ring and they'll have you on the news before you make it to the sidewalk." He pushed the hood back, grinning. "Relax, Mike. I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna actually do anything. Probably. That word slipped past me at the time. It stands out now like it was written in red. A few days later, back in my world of fluorescent lights and help desk tickets, the whole thing felt like a joke I'd already told. The office was humming with the usual low-grade misery monitors, humming someone's space heater ticking dangerously under a desk. The vending machine at the end of the aisle making a grinding noise every time someone tried to buy a Coke. It was mid-afternoon, that dead zone between lunch and quitting time. My coffee had gone cold in a paper cup on the corner of my desk. I was halfway through writing the same email I'd written 1,000 times. Have you tried restarting your machine when my phone buzzed in my pocket? I slid it out, grateful for any distraction. A new text notification blinked at the top of the screen from Jared. Yo, you at home tonight? I might swing by and spook the neighborhood watch, LOL. The little lol at the end made it land in that gray area between joke and plan. I pictured him in his dorm room or his mother's kitchen hooded cloak spread out on the table, already imagining himself as the next blurry legend in the HOA feed. I typed back without thinking too hard, the way you do when you assume you are still safely inside the boundaries of harmless fun. Bring beer if you come. I did not follow it with, I'm serious, don't. I did not type, people are actually scared now, or the sheriff came by our place, or this is not funny, to the Ramirez kids next door who won't play outside after dark anymore. I just hit send and slid the phone back into my pocket, as if I had answered a meme. If you want a precise accounting of my guilt, of the exact weight of the words that led up to that night, it is in that text chain. Later in the days after, when I sat at our kitchen table with a detective's notepad between us and a digital recorder blinking red, he asked me if I had been in contact with Jared on the day of the shooting. Did you hear from him at all? Text calls, social media, he said, pen poised. And I said no. I hadn't talked to him that day. Which, strictly speaking, was true. The text about spooking the neighborhood watch had been the day before. The beer joke was my last reply until everything turned red and blue and sirens. By the time the date rolled over on my phone, technically, my statement was correct. Technically. What I did not tell him was that the idea Jared, as the Maple Ridge ghost, wrapped in $5 worth of white polyester, had been sliding around in my head long before the shot on Ramirez's lawn. That I had seen the cloak in my living room. That I had heard myself warn him, laughing about exactly what would end up happening. When I told the officers about the night of the shooting, I told them I had not heard from Jared that day. That was not exactly a lie. It was just an incomplete version. 3.1, Lasagna and the Ding. The night everything finally snapped into place did not come with any special warning. No weird dreams, no strange calls, no power outages. If you saw it on a calendar, it would just look like another box filled with work hours and maybe a reminder to take the trash out. It was a Thursday in early December, the kind of cold where the air feels dry and mean, where your breath hangs in front of you just long enough to remind you that it is only going to get worse before it gets better. The forecast had mentioned a light frost possible on lawns, which is Ohio weather speak for your driveway, will try to kill you in the morning. I stayed late at the office that day, stuck untangling a ticket that should have taken 15 minutes and stretched into 2 hours. Because somebody's, I didn't change anything, always means they changed everything. By the time I shut my computer down, the rest of the floor was mostly dark. Only the emergency exit signs glowed red over the doors, and the vending machine at the end of the hallway hummed to itself. Walking out into the parking lot, I felt that particular kind of tired that settles into your bones, not your muscles. The lot lights threw sharp white circles on the asphalt, leaving everything between them in pockets of shadow. A shopping cart someone had abandoned rocked slightly in the wind, making a dull metallic creak that echoed more than it should have. The drive back up I-71 was darker than usual. The sky was a solid black lid, no stars, no moon, just the occasional smear of distant city glow on the horizon. My dashboard cast a dim green light across my hands on the wheel. The radio could not decide on a station. Every time I hit scan, it landed on a burst of static, half a Christmas song, a commercial, then static again. I let it stay there eventually, low fuzz filling the car, more company than entertainment. The further I got from the city, the less the highway felt like a shared space and more like a tunnel I was traveling alone. A semi roared past on my left, wind buffeting the Civic just enough to push it toward the broken white line. I straightened out without thinking, eyes fixed on the twin red taillights shrinking ahead of me. When I finally turned off onto the smaller roads that led to Maple Ridge Court, the temperature gauge on the dash had inched down to just above freezing. The houses I passed had their decorations half up, half forgotten, some with neat white lights, some with chaotic multicolored strands thrown over bushes. Our subdivision entrance was marked by the same brick sign, as always slightly darker on one side, where someone had backed into it years ago and pretended they had not. I turned onto our street tires, whispering over the thin dusting of salt the city had laid down in anticipation. Most of the house windows were dark. A few shades of blue and yellow glowed behind curtains, TVs, kitchen lights, night shift lives. My own driveway looked ordinary, a wet, slick gray aiming up toward the closed garage door. I pressed the opener. The motor whined awake and the door shuddered up, slats rattling, revealing the familiar cave of hanging tools, plastic storage bins, and oil stains. As I pulled in, the Civic's headlights swung across the interior painting, long warped shadows of the rake and shovel, the outline of the step into the house. I killed the engine. The sudden silence in the car made my ears ring. For a second, all I could hear was the gentle ping of cooling metal and the faint hiss of air moving through the vents above the garage. Inside the house greeted me with its usual constellation of small domestic signals. The fluorescent stove clock glared 10:45 p.m. in harsh green numbers. The ceiling light in the kitchen buzzed faintly. The heater was running low, warm air, breathing softly through the vents near the floor. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door into the kitchen, reheated lasagna. It was thick in the air, a heavy blend of tomato sauce, melted cheese, and that slightly sour note you only get from something being warmed up twice instead of cooked once. The microwave door was still ajar, its interior light off a plate inside with a ring of orangey sauce crusted around the edge. On the counter near the stove, a small yellow Post-it note curled slightly at one corner. Grace's handwriting, quick, slightly tilted, covered the middle. Left early. Be safe. Love you. G. The note did not say because of the ghost, but it did not have to. The fact that she had written "be safe" at all told me that the white smears on our neighbors' cameras had made it out of our phones and into the space between us. I peeled the lasagna plate out of the microwave, the bottom still warm against my fingers. The cheese had melted into a glossy, congealed sheet. When I cut into it with a fork, it tore with a soft, sticky sound. I carried it to the couch and flopped down, thumb finding the remote without looking. The TV blinked to life, spilling color and motion into the room. Some show I had started days before and never really got into came up. People on the screen argued about a murder, or a will, or both. I watched their mouths move more than I listened to what they said. The house hummed around me. The fridge's compressor ran in a low, steady tone from the kitchen, punctuated now and then by the hollow clatter of ice cubes dropping into the freezer tray. Somewhere in the ductwork, the heater rattled briefly as it adjusted, then went back to its steady exhale. The living room lamp behind me cast a warm pool of light over the coffee table, leaving the far corners of the room in softer shadow. By 11:30, the lasagna was half gone and fully cold. I was in that weird mental drift where you are not paying attention to the TV or your own thoughts, just sort of existing in the glow and noise when my phone spoke up. It was not the buzz of a text or the chime of an email. It was the clean, simple tone I had come to know better than I liked. Ding. A Nest notification banner slid down over the top of whatever the TV character was shouting about. Nest motion detected, front door, in a crowded room that sound disappears under all the others. In a quiet house, especially one with our recent history, it goes off like a small alarm. My body reacted before my mind did. I straightened, fork paused halfway to my mouth, eyes already reaching for the phone. For a second, all the other sounds in the room seemed to fade. The fridge, the TV, the soft rise and fall of the heater all went to the edges as that simple sentence burned in the middle of the screen. Motion detected. Front door. I tapped the notification. The app opened, flickered, and switched to the camera feed from the living room. The familiar wide-angle view of my own space appeared: the couch from above and slightly behind the doorway into the hallway, and at the far end, the front door with its tall, frosted glass side panel. Nothing moved. No person standing there. No obvious shape in the hall. Just my empty house lit by the dim spill of the living room lamp and the ghost blue of the TV. Then I saw it. On the frosted glass panel beside the door, there was a vertical smear of brighter white pressed into the gray. A blurred, taller band that did not match the usual pattern of the porch light. It was not sharply defined. It looked like something close to the glass, too close for the camera to focus on, flattening itself against that thin barrier between inside and out. I pinched the image bigger until the pixels started to break apart. The glass became a field of grain, and the white band resolved into a blocky suggestion of a shoulder, maybe an arm. It occupied just enough space and shape to register as a person trying to peer in, body turned sideways, face just out of frame. My throat went dry. I sat there on my own couch, watching my own front door from 10 seconds in the past, and felt that familiar, unwelcome tightness crawl up the back of my neck. For a couple of heartbeats, nothing in the feed changed. The white smear held its place on the glass. I listened hard, trying to hear anything over the tiny hiss of the Nest mic breathing fabric, shifting the creak of the porch boards. The heater had chosen that moment to click off, leaving the house in that uncanny, shallow quiet, as if it were leaning in to listen too. I do not know if the thing on the other side of the glass moved first, or if my imagination did. All I know is that as I stared, the world decided to remind me that there was still a solid physical barrier between us. Something hit the glass. It was not a fist, not a body. More like a dull, heavy thump, as if a palm or a shoulder had bumped into it, with just enough force to make the whole pane shiver. The impact made a small, sharp tink sound, like a spoon lightly striking a drinking glass, and the frosted panel vibrated in the camera feed for a fraction of a second before settling. My body jolted before my brain had fully processed it. The fork clattered out of my hand onto the plate lasagna, splattering sauce across the coffee table. I sucked in a breath so quickly it hurt. On the screen, the white band on the glass quivered with the rest of the panel, then steadied. No more motion. No figure stepping back to reveal a face. No shadow crossing the threshold. The app's little blue live indicator blinked in the corner, like an eye that had just seen something it did not quite understand. In my living room, the sound of that soft tink seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. 3, 2, the Maple Ridge watch assembles. For a few seconds after that dull thump on the glass, I just sat there with my heart pounding and the Nest feed frozen in my hand, like if I stared hard enough, the pixels would rearrange into something harmless. The white smear on the frosted panel did not move. The hallway stayed empty. The lamp behind me hummed quietly, oblivious. My brain did what it always does when it doesn't know what to do. It started running through options like a bad flowchart. Call 911, call Matt, get up, go to the door, open it. Each choice played out in a different shaky little movie in my head. In the 911 version, I pictured myself trying to explain a blurry shape on a camera and a noise I wasn't even sure I hadn't imagined. In the tough guy version, I saw myself yanking the door open to either an empty porch or a real solid person standing too close. Neither image felt good. My thumb hovered over the phone screen and almost on autopilot slid up to Messenger instead of the dialer. It felt easier somehow to admit I was scared to the idiots in my group chat than to a stranger on a dispatch line. I typed, "I think he's at my house right now." As soon as I hit send, 3 little dots popped up under the message Matt typing. They appeared, vanished, appeared again, like he kept starting to say something and stopping. "Finally, I'm coming out. Stay put." A second later, Henry chimed in. "I've got the scanner. I'll call it in." Dave's typing bubble flickered on and off, then nothing. Just our last messages hanging there under that screenshot of the white figure at the mailboxes from earlier in the week, like the story had come home to roost. Somewhere between seeing those responses and my next breath, the scale inside me tipped. Fear weighed heavy on one side. On the other, a different weight settled, something like shame, something like pride. The idea of just sitting on my couch while my neighbors stepped out into the cold made my skin crawl. I put the phone down on the coffee table, wiped my palms on my jeans, and went to the closet near the front door. Behind the hanging jackets and a vacuum cleaner that never quite fit where it was supposed to, propped in the corner, was my old wooden baseball bat. The handle was smooth from years of use, back when it had only ever met baseballs, not the idea of an intruder. When I wrapped my hand around it now, it felt both too light and too heavy at the same time. As I pulled it out, the wood brushed against the textured wall with a soft, dry scraping sound, like sandpaper on bone. That tiny noise suddenly seemed much too loud in the quiet foyer. I winced and froze, listening. Nothing stirred on the other side of the door. No answering shift of weight on the porch boards. No breath. The Nest app still showed my hallway with its empty air and that stubborn white smear on the glass. The heater had settled into its off cycle again, leaving only the faint rumble of the fridge in the kitchen cycling down like it had places to be. The house felt like it was crouching with me waiting. I stepped up to the door bat in my right hand, left hand reaching for the deadbolt I had turned so carefully the night of the knocks. My fingers found the cool metal, hesitated for a heartbeat, then twisted. The click of the lock sliding back into the door felt louder than it should have. It echoed up into my chest, made my heart skip. I wrapped my hand around the knob, took one more useless glance at the blank peephole, and then yanked the door open. Cold slapped me in the face hard enough to make my eyes water. The rush of air carried the smell of damp cement and distant wood smoke from somebody's fireplace. Our motion floodlight crackled on with an audible click and a brief electric buzz flooding the porch in harsh white. There was no one there. The doormat with welcome half faded across it sat alone. The porch boards were bare. No scuff marks, no wet footprints. The step down to the walkway was empty. The white smear I had seen just seconds before was gone from the glass. From this side, the panel just reflected my own confused face and the bat in my hand. Beyond the porch, the sidewalk stretched left and right, clean and bare. The grass on either side was edged with a faint glimmer of frost, catching the light in a dull silver outline. Our trash can stood beside the garage lid closed. The neighbor's recycling bin leaned where it always did, one wheel half off the concrete. Shadows filled the spaces between the parked cars and driveways, thick and unbroken. No movement, no figure bolting away into the dark. Nothing. For a few seconds, I just stood there, breathing steam, bat hanging dumbly at my side, listening as if the absence of sound would tell me more than any noise could. Maple Ridge Court answered me with its usual night noises. Somewhere down the way, a dog barked twice half-heartedly, then stopped. The distant hiss of the highway drifted over from beyond the subdivision, a constant low ocean of rubber on asphalt. A small gust of wind shook the bare branches of the maple trees lining the street, making them click together softly like bones. Behind me in the house, I heard the fridge compressor clunk off, leaving the inside even quieter. Then across the cul-de-sac, a pair of headlights blinked on. Matt's F-150 flashed to life, white beams washing over his driveway and the street in front of his house. The engine roared awake with that deep, throaty sound only big trucks make loud enough to bounce off the siding of the surrounding homes. His front door opened and slammed shut with a heavy, hollow thud. I saw his silhouette for a second crossing between the house and the truck, before he veered away from the driver's side and instead jogged straight toward me, hands shoved into a denim jacket, boots crunching lightly on the gravel scatter along the asphalt edge. At almost the same moment to my left, Dave's garage door started its drawn-out mechanical whine. The panels rattled up on their tracks, revealing a fluorescent-lit rectangle with too many cardboard boxes and not enough cars. The tubes flickered once-twice before settling into a steady, ugly glow. Dave stepped out under them, shoulders hunched, wearing sweatpants and a faded Walmart polo, gripping one of his golf irons in both hands, like he was about to tee off on someone's skull. "Jesus, it's cold," he muttered when he reached the street, breath puffing in front of him. Henry did not come all the way out. His front door opened a cautious few inches, and he leaned halfway into the frame in a plaid robe and untied slippers. In his left hand, he clutched a small handheld radio close to his chest. Its tiny speaker sputtered with overlapping bursts of sheriff frequencies, numbers and code words too fast to catch. He scanned the street with a look I had never seen on him before. Not nosy, not chatty, but sharp and tight. The porch light above him carved deep lines into his face. "What's going on?" Matt asked, coming up to my walkway, eyes flicking from my face to the bat in my hand to the empty porch. "Front door alert," I said. My voice sounded thin even to me. There was something on the glass, like somebody leaned against it. Then a thump. "Did you see him?" Dave asked. His fingers flexed on the golf club grip. "Like actually see him?" "No," I admitted. "Just the blur on the nest." By the time I opened the door, "Gone," Matt finished for me, jaw clenching. "Of course." We stood there for a moment, a lopsided little triangle in the middle of the cul-de-sac. Me with my bat, Matt with his hands fisted in his jacket pockets. Dave swinging his club nervously from one shoulder to the other. Henry watched from his doorway, radio crackling softly, like a mechanical cricket at his chest. The soundscape settled around us, the distant bark of that dog, again, a car turning somewhere outside the subdivision, the occasional dry rattle of dead leaves skittering across concrete when the wind picked them up. Every noise seemed to hover just far enough away to make the silence between us feel heavier. "Dispatches slammed," Henry called from his porch, lifting the radio slightly. "I already told them there was a suspicious person in white on Maple Ridge, but they've got domestic stuff and some DUI on the other side of 23. Units are on their way, but..." He let the sentence trail off. The words "but" backed up did not need to be spoken. They were implied in the way the radio kept sputtering without our call sign ever being mentioned again. "How long?" Matt asked. Henry shrugged one shoulder. 15 minutes? 20? Maybe more. That number hung in the cold air with our breath. 15 to 20 minutes is not long in the grand scheme of a life. It is forever when you think someone is standing on your street right now. So we just go back inside and wait, Dave said, shifting his weight from foot to foot. The fluorescent garage light behind him made the sweat on his forehead shine. Matt shook his head, the motion small but firm. If he's out here, he's not going to stick around once the cruisers roll through. If we see him first, we can at least tell them where he went, or keep him from creeping up on somebody's house while their kids are asleep. The word kids did something to the space between us. We all thought of specific faces in specific windows. The Ramirez girls with their chalk games on the sidewalk. The toddler 2 houses up whose bedroom faced the street. The idea of some faceless, white-cloaked shape drifting past their rooms while we sat behind locked doors felt suddenly less like safety and more like cowardice. We're not vigilantes, I said more for myself than anyone else. If we see anything, we call it in. We don't tackle him or something. Speak for yourself, Matt muttered, but there was a flicker of humor in it that did not quite land. He jerked his chin toward the curve of the court. Come on, quick lap. We stay together. We're just, eyes. A neighborhood watch. Henry added from the doorway, the corners of his mouth twitching despite everything, just like the brochure. He raised the radio slightly, as if in blessing. I'll keep an ear on dispatch. If they say they're close, I'll flash my porch light. For a second, I considered backing out, saying I needed to stay at the house in case Grace called, saying I trusted the deputies to handle it, saying anything that would let me put the bat back in the closet and go sit on the couch and pretend none of this was my problem. But the quiet of the street pressed in from all sides, and the idea of that white smear on my glass unseen by anyone but me and the Nest server somewhere in the cloud made me step forward instead of back. All right, I heard myself say. Let's go be stupid. So we did what men in cul-de-sacs with just enough fear and just enough false courage always do when they think help is coming, but not fast enough. We decided to hold the line ourselves. 3.3. The shot on Ramirez's lawn. We did not call it a sweep. That would have made it sound too official, too planned. We just started walking. The 3 of us moved out into the street like a crooked little line drifting toward the curve of the cul-de-sac. Matt took the lead without saying he was taking the lead. Big strides, maglite in his right hand, the beam cutting wide, slow arcs across driveways. I hung a couple steps behind him, bat low at my side. Dave walked on my other side, golf iron clutched two-handed, his flashlight, a cheap, jittery cone of light that kept bouncing off mailboxes and car bumpers. Our shadows stretched long and warped on the asphalt, jumping every time one of us moved the wrong way. Windows stared down at us from dark house fronts, blank and reflective. Here and there, a porch light burned, casting a soft amber pool that felt too weak to matter. The night had that hollow quality where sound travels farther, but somehow feels muffled, like the air itself is cotton. We moved slow, trying not to look like we were trying. Matt swept his beam along the line of parked cars in the Hendersons' driveway. Lights sliding over their minivan, their teenagers' beat-up Honda, the basketball rolling lazily in a patch of dead grass. Nothing. Just the faint glitter of frost starting to form on the roofs. The floodlights on the corner house did their usual trick, snapping on the moment we crossed their invisible sensor line. Clack. A harsh pop, a little electric buzz, and then the front of the house exploded into white. Vinyl siding, brick shrubs, all suddenly shoved into high contrast. For a heartbeat, it made everything worse, like we were actors pinned on a stage with the audience hiding in the dark. We kept going. By the time we were halfway around the circle, we had fallen into a rhythm Matt calls out driveways. Dave checks between cars, my bat and flashlight fill in whatever gaps they miss. It felt stupid and theatrical and necessary all at once. When the Ramirez place came into view, I remember thinking how normal it looked. Their house sat on the outer edge of the curve yard, sloping slightly down to the street. 2 small maple trees dotted the front lawn like parentheses, thin branches shaking slightly in the breeze. Their blinds were mostly closed, but a strip of warm light leaked out under the curtains in the living room. The porch itself was dark. Their trash can waited at the curb lid crooked like it always did the night before pickup. We reached the edge of their property line at the same time the floodlight over their garage decided to wake up. It did not just fade on it slammed. A loud clack from somewhere above the garage door, then a hard whump of light as the halogen lamps blasted the yard. The sudden brightness punched my eyes, bleaching out everything for a second. My pupils shrank too slow. When the world came back into focus, there was someone standing in the yard, a white figure between the two maples halfway between the house and the street. Back turned to us, head tilted up toward the light like they were caught halfway through a shrug or a prayer. For a moment, none of us moved. My heart started doing that thing where it beats so hard, you feel it in your jaw, in your fingertips. The cold seemed to sharpen all at once, the air thinner, each breath a little slice in my throat. I was very aware of my shoes on the pavement, my fingers on the bat handle, the dry ache in my mouth. The figure was not right. The floodlight washed over them so hard that their entire outline glowed edges frayed in the glare. The cloak, because that was what it was, a cloak hung down in one long sheet of white flaring slightly at the bottom where it brushed the grass. You could not see arms, not clearly, just the hint of a shoulder under the fabric. The head under the hood was tipped at an angle that made my neck hurt just looking at it. "Hey," Matt shouted before I could find my own voice. "Hey, show us your hands." His words ripped across the lawn, too loud for that hour, bouncing off the siding and the parked cars, and God knows what else. The floodlight hummed overhead. Somewhere far away, a dog barked once, then shut up. The figure responded. Not with words, not with sudden movement. It turned. Slowly. The kind of slow that feels intentional, like whoever is moving wants you to see every inch of it. The cloak swayed as the body under it shifted on the grass. The hood rotated until it faced us, until the full force of the floodlight bounced back into our eyes. Where a face should have been, there was just light. Overexposed, featureless white. No eyes, no mouth. Just a blank, glowing oval above the line of the cloak. My grip on the bat tightened until my knuckles ached. I had the distinct, insane thought that if I blinked too long when I opened my eyes, that thing would be right in front of me instead of across the lawn. "Hands," Matt yelled again, voice cracking at the edge. The figure did not raise its arms. It didn't run. It just stood there facing us, letting the light erase it. What happened next took less than a second in real time, and about 10 years inside my skull. From the dark rectangle of the Ramirez porch behind and slightly above the figure, there was a movement I barely registered. A shape stepping forward, a glint of metal catching the floodlight. Then a sound. Not the small domestic sounds we were used to. Not the clack of ice or the hiss of air vents. A shotgun going off at close range is less like hearing a noise and more like being hit by one. The blast tore through the cold with a deafening boom that cracked the air open. It slammed into my chest like someone had shoved me hard. The sound bounced off the neighboring houses, ricocheting in a series of hard echoes, garage door, second-story window, parked trucks, until it finally broke apart into a ringing metallic whine in my ears. The light from the muzzle flashed bright and brief in my peripheral vision, a violent orange flare swallowed almost immediately by the white of the floodlight. The figure in the yard jerked. That is the only word for it. 1 second, it was upright, a wrong white shape between the trees. The next, some invisible string had been cut. The body snapped backward and then collapsed, cloak billowing for a second in a weird, slow-motion wave before it crumpled into the wet grass. then silence. Real silence, not the mechanical hush I'd become used to. The TV wasn't on. No AC unit running, no dishwasher, no fridge roar. The dog that had barked earlier went dead quiet. Even the distant, constant hiss of the freeway seemed to dim for a moment, like the whole world was turning its head toward our tiny corner. The smell rolled in next, sharp and chemical, the unmistakable reek of burned gunpowder, acrid, hot, almost metallic, layering itself over the colder scents of cut grass and damp soil and distant chimney smoke. It came in waves, hitting the back of my nose, crawling down my throat. Up on the porch, Victor Ramirez materialized in the doorway like another apparition, except he was shaking too hard to be anything but human. He stood just outside the threshold, shotgun still in his hands, barrel pointed at the sky now. The porch light above him snapped on late, catching his face in a sickly yellow halo. His eyes were wide whites, too bright. His knuckles were bone pale on the gun. Behind him, his wife hovered just inside the doorway, hand clamped over her mouth, her other hand clutching the door frame so tight her fingers dug into the wood. I thought... Victor stammered, voice breaking on the words. He was on the porch. He was banging on the glass. I told him, I shouted. The rest dissolved into gasps. The gun dipped dangerously toward the yard before he jerked it back up, like even he did not trust himself where to point it. Matt moved first. He dropped into a jog boots, pounding the pavement as he cut across the curb and onto the Ramirez lawn. I followed because my legs did not, because any part of my brain could articulate a plan. Dave came behind us in a stumbling half-run, one hand still gripping the golf iron, the other out, like he might catch himself if the ground opened up. The floodlight hummed overhead, unforgiving and bright. Our shadows stretched long over the grass as we converged on the fallen figure. Up close, the cloak was just cheap fabric again. White polyester stained darker where it clung to the ground. It had twisted in the fall, so that the body inside lay partly on its side knees, bent awkwardly, arms, if they were there, hidden beneath the folds. We dropped to our knees without talking. The cold from the ground soaked through my jeans in an instant, a wet chill that bit into my skin. My breath came out in quick, cloudy bursts, fogging the air in front of my face and mixing with Matt's, with Dave's. Our flashlights cut through it, beams crossing, shaking. "Hold this," Matt barked, shoving his mag light into my hand. He grabbed the edge of the hood with fingers that were not entirely steady and yanked it back. There is a specific moment when recognition hits that your brain tries very hard to reject. You see something familiar in a place it should not be. And for a second, your mind presents you with a list of other possibilities, anything else it could be, before it finally gives up and lets you feel what it really is. I saw messy dark hair, first plastered in clumps. A forehead I recognized from 100 times watching him lean over his phone on my couch. Then the rest of his face. Jared. His eyes were half open and unfocused, not really looking at anything. His mouth was frozen in this weird, almost smile, like a joke he had been about to make had been cut off mid-sentence. There was a smear of something on his cheek, more shadow than color under the floodlight. I am not going to describe the rest. You can fill in whatever you need to from 100 crime shows. The truth was bad enough without details. My brain did the only thing it could to protect itself. It zoomed out. I stopped looking at his face and fixated on his shoes. Old gray sneakers, soles worn down at the edges, laces tied in the same loose, sloppy double knot he always did. They were slightly muddy now, grass and dirt clinging to the sides. I had seen those shoes on my coffee table propped up during Sunday games. I had seen them hanging off the edge of my couch, bouncing to some stupid horror trailer music. I knew every scuff on them. They did not belong here on this lawn under this light. Behind us, I could hear Victor's wife sobbing, now the sound breaking out of her like something broken open. Victor kept saying, "Oh God, over and over, his voice scraping raw. Somewhere very faint under all of it, Henry's radio crackled units being dispatched codes I did not understand. I did not say Jared's name. That is the part that eats at me the most. I did not shout, it did not scream, did not grab his shoulders and yell for him to wake up. I did not even whisper it under my breath. It stayed locked behind my teeth, a heavy burning thing I refused to let out. Instead, I backed away. I pushed myself up from the wet grass knees, numb, and took 2 steps back, then another, the bat still hanging useless from my hand. My flashlight beam slid off his shoes, off the cloak, off Matt's shaking hands, and found the ground instead. I focused on the pattern of the lawn, patchy, some spots over-fertilized, some spots bare, and pretended for one cowardly second that this was not someone I knew, not someone I had texted, not someone I had once warned, laughing about getting shot in this neighborhood. The worst thing I did that night was not what I said. It was what I did not say. 4.1 Siren statements and neon. Once the sound of the shotgun finished ricocheting around the cul-de-sac, the night fell into that weird, tight silence that feels like the world taking a breath it cannot let out. Then the sirens started. At first they were far off, somewhere beyond the subdivision, just thin rising and falling wails braided together with the constant hiss of the freeway. Then they grew teeth. The pitch-sharpened volume swelling until it felt like the noise was inside my chest instead of outside my head. Red and blue started strobing at the far end of Maple Ridge Court, before the vehicles even turned in. The reflections hit the corner houses, first flashes of color sliding across windows, bouncing off garage doors, turning vinyl siding into a pulsing, living thing. When the cruisers actually swung onto our street, the strobes washed over us in waves, red, blue, like we were standing inside a broken emergency light. The first car skidded a little, coming around the curved tires, gripping damp asphalt. Doors popped open. Boots hit the street. Someone yelled sheriff's office like the declaration meant anything in the mess we were already in. More cars followed. A fire truck rolled in slow, its huge metal bulk crowding the space in front of the Ramirez place. The ladder and chrome edges turned the strobes into a funhouse. When the ambulance finally slid in behind them, its siren cut off mid-wail, leaving only the slap of its doors opening and the quick, purposeful footsteps of EMTs hitting the ground. "Where is he?" one of them barked. "Here, here," Matt shouted, voice cracking, waving them toward the lawn. Everything narrowed for me then. I knew theoretically that there were multiple people talking, officers asking questions, Victor babbling something on the porch, neighbors crying, but it all blurred at the edges. My vision tunneled down to specific, stupid details. There was a pizza delivery car stuck halfway down the street, trapped behind a cruiser that had blocked the entrance. Its roof sign glowed weakly, the red and blue lights turning the hot and ready logo into a pulsing wound. When the driver cracked his window to talk to a deputy, a blast of fresh pizza smell drifted out, greased pepperoni, hot cardboard. The scent hit me like something obscene in that moment, layered over gunpowder and cold earth. Henry's scanner, still clutched in his robe sleeve at the edge of his porch, chattered out a tinny version of the scene we were already in. Units on scene, possible, GSW flew mail down. The same call that was playing out in front of us got translated and rebroadcast through the little plastic box, like reality had to be made official before it counted. An EMT in a heavy jacket and latex gloves dropped to his knees beside Jared's body. Another knelt opposite him. They moved with that weird, practiced urgency I'd only ever seen in medical dramas, fast, but not chaotic. One cut the cloak open down the middle with a pair of trauma shears, white fabric parting like cheap paper. The other pressed gauze somewhere I refused to let my eyes follow. "Check for pulse," one said. "Nothing," the other replied, too flat, too automatic. Pupils fixed. Someone behind me sucked in air like they were drowning. A deputy touched my elbow and steered me gently backward, away from the grass, away from the white, shredded fabric, away from the sneakers I could not stop seeing. "Sir, I need you to step back for me. Just back up, that's it." I moved because he told me to. My knees did not want to cooperate. The flashlight in my hand wobbled. The bat felt ridiculous now, heavy and useless, and I did not remember when I'd stopped gripping it like a weapon and started hanging onto it like a cane. They did CPR even though everyone on that lawn already knew how this was going to end. Chest compressions, someone counting under their breath, someone else squeezing air into lungs that would never pull it on their own again. It all seemed staged obligatory, like they were doing it for the paperwork more than for Jared. When they finally stopped and someone said the time out loud, the number floated past me and dissolved. The only part that stuck was the way the Ramirez living room window reflected the whole scene back at us in warped miniature lights. Bodies, the hard shapes of vehicles, like a second version of the night running parallel to the first. They did not tell me there at the curb that it was Jared. They did not have to. Victor's wife had already screamed his name once when the hood came back, and even if she had not, my own brain had burned the recognition in deep. What the deputies did ask me for was a ride. Not in handcuffs, not with a Miranda warning. Just, "We're talking to everyone who was out here. We'd like to get your statement down at the station while it's still fresh." The trip to the hospital happened in between. Grace was working that night in a different wing on a different floor. For about an hour after the ambulance left our street, she was still in that world of fluorescent halls and antiseptic smells, checking vitals and hanging IV bags, completely unaware that her cousin was rolled in through the doors downstairs with a sheet over his face. They did not let me see him. They did not let her either, not right away. HIPAA and procedure and 100 other words people hide behind when the truth is too raw to let loose. When they finally pulled her away from her shift, someone paged her to come to the charge nurse's station. She told me later that they would not say why, just that it was family and urgent. I was waiting for her outside the main entrance under the giant red emergency sign that buzzed faintly in the cold night. The letters glowed hot against the dark, casting a red tint over the drop-off lane, the benches, the automatic doors that whooshed open every time someone approached. The hospital smelled like it always does, disinfectant, stale coffee, that impossible-to-name odor of sickness that gets into the grout and never really leaves. Vending machines lined one wall just inside the security doors, humming loudly, their snack displays lit up like little shrines. Grace pushed through the sliding doors in her scrubs badge still pinned crooked to her chest. The automatic sensor was slow, so she had to stop for half a second before the glass parted. That pause is burned into me. One more heartbeat where she was still in the version of her life where Jared was alive. Her eyes scanned the small cluster of people outside until they landed on me. I saw her face change in real time. Confusion first, then fear, then something worse, recognition without context. "What happened?" she asked. Her voice was too loud in the cold air. "They said they just said I needed to come out here, they wouldn't. I tried to say his name and nothing came out." My throat closed up. The neon sign above us hummed. A car door slammed somewhere in the lot. My breath fogged between us and vanished. "Mike," she said softer this time, stepping closer. "What happened, Jared?" I started. The word tasted metallic. There was a shooting on our street. Victor's place. He thought there was someone, a trespasser in white, in his yard. It was Jared. Her breath caught in the middle of a syllable, a sharp intake that never turned into the scream it wanted to be. It came out instead as a broken high sound, like something tearing. She clapped a hand over her mouth in almost the same gesture I'd seen on Victor's wife, like her body was trying to keep the noise inside. For a second, she rocked on her feet, and I thought she was going to go down. I reached for her on reflex. Her fingers dug into my arm hard enough to bruise, but it was the only solid thing either of us had. He was just at our house, she whispered, not really to me. He was just here, Sunday. He was just... How I did not have an answer. Not one that would fit in that parking lot, under that sign, in that air. All I could do was stand there with her while the emergency letters buzzed overhead and the automatic doors sighed open and shut like a giant, indifferent lung. Later, after someone from the hospital shepherded her back inside to talk to someone and promised they would support her through this, I was driven to the station. The interview room was nothing like TV. No one-way mirror, no dramatic lighting. Just a small office with beige walls, a metal table, and a ceiling fan that ticked every time it completed a slow, lazy rotation. The air smelled like old paper reheated coffee and some kind of cleaner that had failed to convince the carpet it was fresh. A styrofoam cup of coffee sat in front of me, the surface skinning over as it cooled. I wrapped my hands around it for warmth more than comfort. Across the table, a detective who introduced himself as Jensen pecked at a keyboard, while a monitor cast a blue reflection in his glasses. "Just start from the beginning," he said. "Tell me about tonight. Take your time." So I did. I told him about the Nest notification, about seeing someone through the frosted glass. I said a figure in white a lot. I described texting the group chat, the decision to go outside. I told him about walking the street, about the floodlight at the Ramirez place, snapping on about seeing the suspect standing between the trees. "When did you realize it was your wife's cousin?" he asked, fingers not stopping on the keys. "After the shot," I said. "When we rolled him over. When the hood came back." He paused just long enough for me to notice, then resumed typing. "So up until that moment, you had no idea it was him," he repeated. Like putting the words in his own mouth made them truer. "No idea," I said. "I did not mention the text from the day before. The spook, the neighborhood watch, LOL. The bring beer if you come." Those messages sat on my phone in my pocket like a weight, but I left them there untouched, unsaid. I did not tell him about the night of the 3 knocks, about standing in the dark with my hand on the deadbolt hearing taps that never showed up on the Nest timeline. I told him about recent incidents only in the broadest, safest way the HOA posts the videos everyone had seen. The clack-clack of the keyboard filled the pauses between my sentences. The ceiling fan ticked. The fluorescent tube over the table flickered once, a brief stutter, then steadied. "Anything else you can think of?" Jensen asked, finally leaning back. "Any communication with Jared before tonight? Any reason to believe he might have been involved in the prior incidents?" I looked at the wall just above his head, where someone had tacked up a faded safety first poster. A smiling cartoon officer pointed at a list of tips about locking your doors and trusting your instincts. My mouth felt dry. "No," I said. "Nothing like that. I had no idea." He nodded like that was the right answer and typed it into the record. It felt like if I did not say it out loud, it would become less real or less my fault. 4.2. Funerals and HOA meetings. If you want to know what grief sounds like in my family, it is not wailing or dramatic collapses. It is small noises in big echoing spaces. Jared's funeral was in the same church where I had watched Grace's cousin get married 5 years earlier. Back then, the air had smelled like flowers and hairspray and champagne breath. The day we buried Jared, it smelled like perfume and old candle wax, and the faint, stale tang of too many people breathing the same air. We sat in long wooden pews polished to a shine that squeaked slightly under shifting bodies. The organ played slow, heavy notes that seemed to seep into the ribs of the building. The pastor's voice rolled over us in low, careful phrases about tragedy and God's plan and mysteries we are not meant to understand. I barely heard him. My attention kept snagging on the tiny, rude details. The woman in front of us had a packet of tissues in her purse. Every time she pulled a new one out, the plastic crinkled loud in the hush. Somewhere to my left, a kid's dress shoes tapped arrhythmically against the wooden floor, his legs too short to reach comfortably. Someone behind me kept clearing their throat, a wet, gravelly sound they tried to smother in their sleeve. When people shifted to stand for a hymn, hundreds of chair legs and shoe heels scraped tile, the cumulative hiss of it like sandpaper on bone. When they sat, the benches creaked in familiar complaint. At the front of the church, the casket sat open. I told myself I did not have to look, that I could keep my eyes fixed on the hymnals, the stained glass, the bowed heads, and get through the service without seeing the version of Jared we had made for that day. It did not work. There is a morbid gravity to open caskets. Your gaze slides toward them against your will. He was dressed in a suit I had only seen once before on him, ill-fitting at Christmas, when he had complained about the collar choking him. Someone had done their best with his hair, smoothing it back, taming the cowlick at his crown. The makeup they had used was careful, artful even, but there is a stillness to a body that no amount of cosmetics can hide. He did not look asleep. He looked like a wax figure of himself, as if someone had studied the living Jared and then recreated him from memory, getting most of it right and a few crucial bits wrong. His old gray sneakers were not on his feet. They had put him in stiff, unfamiliar dress shoes. The sight of them made my stomach turn. Around me, the family formed their own little gravitational fields of grief. Some of Grace's relatives muttered Victor's name under their breath in the foyer tone, flattened and bitter. He should have known, they hissed. Who fires like that, who shoots through a cloak? Others clucked their tongues and shook their heads. Kids doing stupid things, they said, trying to land on a neutral ground where tragedy had no villain, just bad timing. Grace's aunt, the one who had always liked Jared best, who had slipped him $20 bills just because sat 2 rows up and to the right. At one point, she turned in her seat to look back, eyes swollen, mascara clumped at the corners. Her gaze snagged on me and stayed there longer than it should have, like she was trying to form a question with her expression alone. Did you know, it seemed to say? Did you see this coming? I looked down at my hands instead. They were folded around the program knuckles, white paper damp where my fingers had pressed too hard. Maple Ridge Court came to the funeral in their good clothes. I caught flashes of familiar faces in unfamiliar contexts. Matt in a suit that did not quite fit his shoulders. Dave with his tie knotted wrong, Henry in a dark blazer that had dust on the shoulders, like it had been exhumed from the back of a closet. They kept their distance from the family, hovering near the back, murmuring in low tones. When the service ended and we filed past the casket one last time, the line moved like a slow current. Hands brushed wood, lips moved in silent prayers. Sniffles punctuated the organ's closing chords. When it was our turn, Grace squeezed my arm so hard I felt her nails through my jacket. Her eyes locked on Jared's face, searching for something I knew she would not find there. After the burial, the church hall did its best impression of normal life. Coffee urns hissed, crockpots lined folding tables, lids rattling when someone stirred the contents. People talked too loudly about nothing, as if volume alone could hold back the thing in the room no one wanted to look at. I wanted to go home. Instead, I ended up at another kind of gathering. The HOA called an emergency community meeting 2 nights later. They held it in the elementary school gym a mile down the road, the one with faded basketball lines on the floor and motivational posters curling on the walls. We sat in rows of gray metal folding chairs that scraped loudly whenever someone shifted. Behind the head table, an American flag slumped on its pole. The microphone they had borrowed from the school squealed with feedback every time someone breathed too close to it. The HOA president, a woman named Carol, who treated bylaws like scripture, tapped it and winced. "Can everyone hear me?" she asked, and the speakers popped in protest. The room was packed. Neighbors who had not spoken more than a wave in months now sat shoulder to shoulder, arms crossed, eyes hard. The Ramirez family was notably absent. So was Victor. His lawyer had already told him to keep his mouth shut. Carol cleared her throat. "First, we want to acknowledge the tragedy that occurred on Maple Ridge Court last week," she said. "Our hearts are with the family." Heads nodded solemnly. Someone sniffed. Then, as if flipping an invisible switch, the talk shifted from grief to policy. "We have to talk about guns," one man said into the mic, voice shaking either from anger or nerves. "We can't have people opening fire in their front yards over shadows." "We have to talk about pranks," a woman shot back from the other side of the room. "What was he even doing dressed like that, creeping around? My kids haven't slept in a week." "There's something wrong on that street," an older neighbor near the back called out without a mic. "I've lived here 20 years, never felt like this. It's not just kids. It's something else. A demon, maybe." We brought something in. A few people laughed, but not as many as should have. The laughter died quick. "We need more cameras," someone suggested. "More lights." "We need more common sense," someone else snapped. Voices overlapped the PA system, struggling to keep up with the jagged rhythm of fear and anger and grief. When the mic squealed again, a few people flinched, like it was another gunshot. I sat there, the metal chair cold under me, listening to adults argue about policies and phantoms, while the waxy image of Jared in his casket floated at the edges of my vision. Victor's life began falling apart in slow, audible ways. First came the talk of charges. Rumors trickled down the street about lawyers and pleas and what the sheriff's office wanted to do. They might go for manslaughter, Matt told me over his fence one afternoon, the sound of his dog's nails clicking on the deck behind him. Or they might say he was justified. Depends on who you ask. Then came the quieter damage. We heard from the Ramirez kids that other children at school were whispering behind their backs. "Your dad killed a ghost," some said with that cruel innocence kids have. "Your dad's going to jail," others hissed like it was a spell. Their oldest stopped waiting for the bus at the corner, choosing to sit in the car with his mom until the last possible second. The last time I saw Victor, there were no uniforms around him, no lawyers, just cardboard. It was a gray morning sky, low and heavy. A U-Haul sat in their driveway, back ramp down interior yawning open like a mouth. Boxes were stacked near the garage, labeled in black marker, "Kitchen Toys Bedroom." The clack of the tape gun echoed every time Victor sealed another box, a dull plastic thunk, like he was packing away pieces of his life and making them official. He looked older somehow. Not just tired, worn. His shoulders sagged under the weight of a sweatshirt that had once fit looser. There were circles under his eyes that no amount of sleep would erase. Our eyes met for a second across the yard. I raised a hand, halfway an aborted wave. He gave a slight nod, more reflex than greeting, then turned back to the ramp, hefting a box with the word "frames" on it. The cardboard bent slightly under the weight tape, creaking. I wanted to say something, I'm sorry. It wasn't all your fault. I should have, but the air between our houses felt thick, full of all the words nobody had said that night. The clack of the tape gun filled the gap instead. It would be easy to tell you I had no idea Jared was planning anything before that night, that the cloak was just a dumb impulse buy, that his text about spooking us was a throwaway joke. That would be cleaner. It would also be a lie. About a week before the shooting, when the hysteria in the neighborhood was building but hadn't yet crested, my phone buzzed with a notification from Jared. No text, just an image. It was a photo of his dorm room. Concrete block walls, a narrow bed with a twisted comforter, a desk littered with energy drink cans and open notebooks. On the closet door, he had hung the white cloak. It billowed slightly in the angle of the shot hood, up fabric pooling just enough to hide the bottom edge. The overhead light washed it out, making it glow against the dingy paint. Beneath the picture he had written, "Meet the Maple Ridge Ghost." I remember snorting when I saw it. I remember thinking it was perfect, Jared, dramatic, ridiculous, and a little too on the nose. I tapped back a laughing emoji, maybe a "you're an idiot," and then I put the phone down. I did not respond with "don't wear that on my street." I did not respond with "people are scared for real." I did not respond with "they will shoot you." I knew exactly what he was picturing showing up on someone's ring in someone's yard, giving the HOA something to talk about for weeks. I knew in the most basic sense that he was flirting with being the white figure everyone else was already afraid of. I just did not connect that knowledge to the part of my brain that understood what fear does to people holding guns. Or maybe I did, and it was easier not to look at it directly. Sitting there in that gym, listening to my neighbors argue about demons and gun safety and property values, I realized something that made me feel colder than any frost ever had. The ghost on Maple Ridge had never been some faceless stranger. Not to me. He had introduced himself days before in a grainy dorm room photo with a laughing caption. I just chose not to see him. For 3, the guilt becomes a soundtrack. If you looked at my calendar a month after Jared died, you would think things had gone back to normal. The same recurring meetings at work, the same due dates, the same reminders to pay the gas bill, dentist appointments, oil change. The thing nobody tells you is that normal comes back first on paper. Real life lags behind. I went back to work because I did not know what else to do. The first day, my inbox was full of emails that had piled up tickets, flagged urgent memos about password policies, an invite to a potluck I pretended not to see. The overhead fluorescents buzzed as always. The office HVAC cycled with its usual sigh. My coworkers tried not to look at me too directly, their voices tipping into that careful tone people use at funerals and after layoffs. "You don't have to be here if you're not ready," my manager said, hovering in my doorway, fingers fidgeting with the edge of a manila folder. "I'm fine," I lied. It came out too fast, too smooth from practice. At home, football games played on TV with the sound low. I watched players collide in slow-motion helmets cracking together, crowds roaring somewhere in the background, and felt like I was watching footage beamed in from another planet. Grace sat curled at the other end of the couch, blanket up to her chin, eyes on the screen, but not really seeing it. We tried to pretend we could move on. We talked about normal things, her shifts, my projects, what to make for dinner, careful not to step on the places where the floor was thin. The house did not get the memo. It started to feel different, the way a body feels different when it has a bruise forming under the skin. Same shape, same functions, but something tender and off beneath the surface. I became painfully aware of its sounds. The AC had a pattern. It would kick on with a low rumble outside, a faint vibration through the ducts, then a steady rush of air through the vents that lasted exactly a few minutes before easing off. I knew that pattern before in a background way. Now I counted the seconds between cycles. The moment it shut off, the silence it left behind felt like a held breath. The ice maker in the freezer would clatter at random, dropping cubes into the tray with a hollow clack that echoed in the quiet kitchen. I started anticipating it, waiting for it jumping anyway when the sound finally came. The fridge compressor would hum, pause, hum again like it had its own heartbeat. The water heater in the basement ignited with a soft woof and a metallic tick every time someone turned on the hot tap upstairs. None of these things were new. What was new was what my brain started hanging on them. The third step going up from the living room had always had a particular squeak. When you hit it hard, just enough give in the wood to complain. It used to be nothing. Now every time Grace or I walked up and hit that step wrong, my mind supplied the memory of Jared clomping up those stairs socks, half on calling over his shoulder that he was just grabbing snacks. The back door hinge had developed a faint squeal over the years, a drawn-out rusty note if you opened it too slow. It was not exactly like Jared's laugh, but it was close enough that my brain made the connection. Late at night, if the wind pushed the door just enough to make that sound for half a second, I would hear him chuckling at some dumb meme on his phone. The garbage disposal's grind became the static from Henry's scanner. The dishwasher's wash cycle thump reminded me of a tape gun sealing boxes on a driveway. The house turned into a jukebox of associations I hadn't ordered but couldn't turn off. On my phone, the Maple Ridge watch chat went quiet in a way that felt almost as loud. In the first week after the shooting, there were a few frantic messages, links to local news articles that got details wrong, screenshots of comments from strangers who had no idea what they were talking about. Henry forwarded a police statement once, his only comment for those who haven't seen. Then the thread started to thin. Matt stopped sending memes. Dave stopped complaining about Walmart customers. The last active link Henry posted was to a story headlined "Neighborhood on Edge After Tragic Misunderstanding," and even he did not add any commentary. Days went by with no new messages. The little blue circle sat next to the chat in my app, waiting like a door nobody wanted to open anymore. We were the neighborhood watch that had watched one of our own die in a front yard. There was nothing left to say that wouldn't taste like metal. In person, everyone developed their own coping rituals. Matt started drinking more. I do not have proof, just observations. The recycling bin at the curb, heavier with brown glass on pickup days. The way his cheeks flushed in the evenings when we happened to cross paths. The slight slur in his "how's it going" over the fence. Dave avoided eye contact. When we both pulled into our driveways at the same time, he would busy himself with something in his trunk until I went inside. If we ended up at the mailbox together, he kept his head down, answering in monosyllables, the brim of his ball cap shading his eyes. Henry still walked the street in the evenings, but instead of stopping to chat, he kept his scanner earbud in and his gaze on some middle distance. He would nod at me once, a small dip of the head, then keep moving. At night, when Grace finally fell into an uneasy sleep beside me and the house settled into its late cycle of hums and creaks, I found myself doing something I had never done before. I scrolled backward. Back through the Nest timeline, through motion events and snapshots, through days when the only activity was me walking past in pajamas. Back through my text messages, old threads with coworkers and family, and one night back through months of the Maple Ridge watch chat. It was like peeling up floorboards, seeing what was under there before everything cracked. The further back I went, the lighter the tone. Jokes about raccoons. Matt posting a meme of a guy in a sheet with the caption, "Your HOA president when someone parks wrong." Dave bragging about catching a porch pirate on his camera. My own sarcastic one-liners scattered through little attempts at being the grounded one. Then eventually, the first white figure posts, Screenshots, links our running commentary. Fear creeping in, wrapped in humor. I kept scrolling. Somewhere in that stack of messages buried between GIFs and blurry clips, I hit the conversation about Jared's Spirit Halloween find. Matt had sent a photo of a cheap animatronic in someone's yard. Dave replied with a story about how his kid cried at a blow-up witch. I had jumped in and told them about Jared's clearance cloak. There it was. My own words staring back at me, blue bubble on gray. He bought this dumb white cloak on sale. Told him, you're gonna get yourself shot in this neighborhood in that thing. I stared at the little especially. The laughing face, the shorthand tone of, I'm kidding, but I'm not. The way I had dropped the line like it was just another joke. Reading it in that dark bedroom with the only light coming from the phone screen, reflected faintly in the window, it did not feel funny. It felt like a script note. I could hear the way I had said it out loud to him in my living room weeks earlier, casual, half laughing. You're gonna get yourself shot in this neighborhood in that cloak. I could hear the rhythm of it, the way his answer had been a shrug and a grin and relaxed mic. I'm not stupid, except he had been 19 and bored and full of movie logic, and I had given him the exact line for how things could go, then treated it like a punchline instead of a warning. Somewhere in the house, the fridge compressor clicked off. The heater ticked and sighed. A car drove down the main road, its tires hissing on cold asphalt. The neighborhood's soundscape went on indifferent. On the screen in my hand, my own sentence burned. You're gonna get yourself shot in this neighborhood in that thing. It hit me sitting there in the dim that I had written the ending I was now living through. Not out loud, not in any official report, just in a throwaway text and a throwaway comment, pitched as a joke to a kid who trusted me. I had not fired the gun. I had not told him to put the cloak on that night. But in some quiet, private way, I had prophesied exactly what would happen and then laughed it away. The house hummed around me, playing back its usual loops. AC, fridge, water heater, the faint creak of the stair that did not have anyone on it. And underneath all of it, on a loop, only I could hear one more sound, joined the soundtrack. My own voice saying those words over and over like a curse I had given a name to long before it took shape on Ramirez's lawn. 5.1. Trying to delete a street, grief and holidays do not mix well, but they insist on happening at the same time anyway. By the time a few weeks had crawled past after the funeral, Christmas had started to creep into Maple Ridge Court like mold. Inflatable snowmen bloomed on front lawns. Plastic candy canes lined walkways. Somebody wrapped their mailbox in red tinsel. The Hendersons went all in, as always, stringing multicolored lights along their gutters, so the whole place looked like a low-budget runway. The Ramirez house was the last one to change. One day, the floodlights still glared over a bare brown lawn. The next, there were two wire-frame reindeer standing not far from the spot where Jared had hit the grass. Their metal bodies were wrapped in white lights, necks bowed as if eating. At night, their heads bobbed up and down in a slow, mechanical grazing motion, chewing at the air where he had fallen. It felt like a bad joke the neighborhood didn't realize it was telling. Grace coped by rerouting her life. She started taking the long way out of the cul-de-sac, turning left instead of right, when she pulled out of the driveway so she could loop around the outer circle and avoid passing directly in front of the Ramirez place. If she had to go for a run, she crossed to the opposite sidewalk early, hugging the far side of the street, like it offered some kind of protection. The first time I suggested taking the direct route to the main road, she went quiet, hands tightening on the steering wheel until her knuckles matched the color of the snowbanks. I just do not want to see it, she said finally, eyes fixed straight ahead. Not right now. So we drove the long way. We added an extra 30 seconds to every trip to shave off a fraction of pain. It felt like a fair trade. I coped by staring straight at the thing and then trying to erase it. At first, I did exactly what every grief brochure tells you not to do. I buried myself in the details. I replayed the Nest clips from that night over and over, the notification, the blur on the glass, the empty porch. I dug through the HOA page looking for patterns in the old white figure posts, noting times, dates, angles. I watched every Ring video people had uploaded, sometimes frame by frame, sometimes on loop, until the motion blur felt like it was burned onto my retinas. In those early days, this obsession had a purpose. I told myself I was trying to prove something, that Jared had been the only one. That there was no real ghost, no phantom. Just a stupid prank in a stupid costume and a homeowner pushed too far by fear. A chain of human choices, not some supernatural thread running through our cul-de-sac. If I could pin that down, if I could write it out like an equation in my head, Jared plus cloak plus paranoia plus loaded gun, tragedy, then the chaos of it would shrink a little. It would become a story with a lesson instead of a whole. That theory worked about as well as you'd expect. The more I watched, the more the edges blurred. Different neighbors' cameras had different glitches, motion smears, frame drops, audio cuts. In some clips, the figure in white moved like a regular person. In others, it stuttered across the yard in jerky, unnatural jumps. In a couple, it seemed to glide an inch above the grass, which I knew was just bad shadow compression. But my brain filed that image away under wrong anyway. After a while, I realized I was not learning anything new. I was just hurting myself in increasingly high definition. So I swung hard the other way. If I could not make sense of it, maybe I could at least make it go away. I decided to clean house. I started with the Nest app. It had an archive page, timeline dots. You could scrub through motion events listed by time. I began deleting. The night of the shooting stayed because it had to. It was evidence official, frozen in more places than my phone. But the nights surrounding it, the random flickers of motion at 3:12 a.m. when a car turned around at the end of the court, the snapshots of me shuffling to the kitchen in sweatpants, they went. Swipe, confirm, clip, gone. I worked my way backward, erasing little chunks of my life from the server, imagining the data evaporating into whatever cloud they used. I told myself it was like clearing out a junk drawer. Get rid of the stuff that snags your fingers when you reach for something useful. I unsubscribed from the HOA page next. A couple of clicks and months of paranoid posts, blurry screenshots, and Carol's passive-aggressive announcements disappeared from my feed. No more red notification bubbles telling me someone had seen something weird at 1:47 in the morning. It felt good for about a day. Then the tech started to misbehave. It started small. I would open the Nest app and see in the archive view a thumbnail I did not recognize. A tiny gray rectangle with the front hallway washed in dim light, stamped with a time I knew I had not been awake for. Motion detected, 2:13 a.m. or 2:27 or 1:59, always in that same graveyard hour. When I tapped the thumbnail, a message popped up over the empty player window, file unavailable. Clip cannot be retrieved. At first, I assumed it was a sync glitch, some hiccup between my phone and the server. I closed the app, reopened it, refreshed the feed. The thumbnail stayed. I tried deleting it. The app asked if I was sure. I confirmed. The thumbnail blinked out. The next day or the day after, another would appear. Different night, different 2 a.m. time. Same hallway, same useless flat message when I tried to watch it. It felt like the system was remembering things it wouldn't let me see. I wrote it off again as a bug. The rational part of my brain, thin and tired but still hanging on, reminded me that software fails in boring ways all the time. corrupted file pointers, partial uploads. Some engineer in California had pushed a bad update, and here I was, treating it like the house was trying to send me ghost mail. Still, I stopped cleaning for a while. The idea of deleting something and having it only half go away made me uneasy. One night, it must have been close to midnight. If the way the house sounded is any indication, I sat on the couch with the TV off and opened the archive not to delete, but to rewind. I scrolled back past the week of the shooting, past the funeral, into the blur of days before everything broke. The thumbnails became less frequent, little dots of color in a sea of no activity gaps. I stopped on one at random. The date hit me a second after I tapped it the Sunday before the first HOA post about the white figure, before the word ghost started appearing in group chats, before any of us had a shared image to be afraid of. The clip opened to my living room, as seen from the top corner couch, coffee table, TV hallway behind. Afternoon light washed in through the blinds, painting thin stripes on the carpet. The room looked younger somehow, less heavy. We were all there, me slouched on the left side of the couch, one leg tucked under me, remote in hand. Grace in the middle, laughter frozen, halfway eyes crinkled. Jared sprawled on the right, socks on the coffee table, old gray sneakers on the floor, a bowl of chips balanced precariously on his stomach. The TV flickered with a game. I knew without seeing the score that it was one of those mashup days, whoever versus whoever background noise we pretended to care about, so we could justify the amount of food on the coffee table. Our mouths moved. I could not hear what we were saying because the Nest mic was across the room and half deaf, but the shapes of our expressions were familiar. Jared tossing his head back in a laugh. Grace swatting his ankle when he reached for the last wing. Me leaning forward to rewind a play he claimed was insane and I thought was fine. I watched us for a while like a stranger peering through a window into someone else's nice, boring life. If you freeze the frame just right, there is nothing wrong there. Nobody knows what is waiting for them between two maples and a floodlight a week down the line. At the 20-second mark, something subtle happened. The AC shut off. I saw it before I felt it. The vent over the doorway stopped fluttering the curtain. The slight haze of dust motes in the air stopped moving. The sound on the clip, which had been a low, steady rush of fan noise, flattened. We did not react. On the screen, we kept talking, laughing, gesturing at the game. In my actual memory of that day, I do not remember noticing anything at all. The camera did. Over the next 2 seconds in the quiet lull left by the AC, a sound came through on the mic. Faint, a little muffled by distance, but unmistakable once you heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft taps from somewhere off frame. Front door, side panel, wood on wood. I could not say for sure, only that the pattern matched the one that had frozen me on my couch weeks later. In the video, none of us looked up. No one turned their head toward the hall. Jared popped a chip in his mouth eyes on the screen. Grace reached for the remote. I said something, hand raised, mid-story. The knocks happened inside the house's mechanical pause, and then vanished, swallowed by the moment the AC kicked back on. If you scrubbed past it too fast, you would miss it. If you watched it with the sound off, you would never know. We had been in the room when it happened, and we had not noticed at all. The camera had been more attentive than we were. I checked the timestamp. 2 days before the first HOA ring post about a person in white. 2 days before anyone claimed to see something at 2:14 a.m. in the cul-de-sac. Before the screen grabs, before the chat, before Jared sent me his cloak picture. The knocking had started earlier, before there was a figure to hang it on, before we had a villain. Back then, the house had tried to tell us something in the only language it had: air pressure and sound waves, gaps between appliance cycles. and we had ignored it, more interested in third downs and nachos. I sat there watching my own past self laugh at some comment I could not remember, while the faint echo of those 3 knocks played over and over in my head. In the present, the fridge hummed. The heater ticked. Somewhere down the street, a reindeer's mechanical neck creaked. I thumbed the clip back 10 seconds and listened again, straining for anything else under the knocks. A breath, a shifting weight, the slide of skin on glass. There was nothing. Just the 3 taps and the mechanical sigh of the AC waking up again. The camera had remembered it perfectly. We had not remembered it at all. You can try to delete a street from your feed, unsubscribe from your neighbors, clear out your archive. You can tell yourself there was no ghost, just a kid and a cloak, and a bad decision with a gun. But somewhere in the servers, in the wiring, in the recorded pauses between hums and hisses, the house keeps its own version. And in that version, the first time something knocked, we were too busy watching the game to hear it. 5.2. The sneakers in the frame. The night I finally saw something I cannot explain, I was not looking for it. It was one of those sleepless nights where your body is exhausted, but your brain refuses to shut down, looping the same scenes over and over. Grace had managed to slip under, breathing slow, beside me, one arm flung over her face like she was trying to block out everything at once. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed, 2:19 a.m. in harsh red, then 2:20, then 2:21, each minute change a small accusation. The house had settled into its late-night soundtrack. The heater was between cycles, leaving the vents quiet. The fridge in the kitchen hummed faintly, a distant, steady vibration through the floor. A branch tapped occasionally against the bedroom window, soft and irregular, like someone too timid to knock. I lay there and replayed the same memories until they felt worn thin, the floodlight on the Ramirez lawn, the way Jared's hood peeled back, the look on Grace's face under the emergency sign. They ran on loop, and with each repetition, I caught nothing new, just the same details, grinding deeper grooves into my head. At some point, staying in bed started to feel like being strapped to a chair in front of a screen I could not turn off. I slid out from under the covers as quietly as I could, phone in hand, and padded down the hall. The house at that hour always looks slightly wrong, familiar shapes recast in shadows. The hallway nightlight threw a weak amber glow across the wall, not quite strong enough to erase the dark in the corners. In the living room, the streetlight outside painted a dull rectangle on the floor near the window. Everything else was outlines and suggestion. I did not turn on a lamp. I sat on the couch in the dark, the cushions familiar under me, and unlocked my phone. The blue-white glow lit my hands, the edge of the coffee table, the nearest patch of carpet. The rest of the room stayed in that soft, grainy black. I do not know what I thought I was going to find. Maybe I just wanted to check one more time that the story I told myself about that night matched the one my cameras had captured. Maybe I was looking for a technical flaw I could blame everything on, some glitch, some obvious corruption that would let me say, "See, it's just bad data." I opened the Nest app and scrolled to the date of the shooting. The timeline was familiar by now. A cluster of motion events around the crucial hour, the little dots marking when I'd gone to the front door, when we'd stepped outside, when the living room went empty. I tapped on the clip, time-stamped just before we assembled in the street. The thumbnail was the front hallway washed in dim light. The video started with a wide shot of the living room, from its usual corner couch, coffee table, TV, the mouth of the hallway leading to the front door. The overhead lamp was on in that memory, casting a warm cone on the table. In the distance, the faint glow from the porch light seeped around the edge of the frosted glass. I could see myself in the frame, my own back smaller and more hunched than I liked to admit, pacing from the couch, out to the hall and back with the bat in my hand. The camera mic picked up the low murmur of whatever show I had paused on the TV, the faint buzz of the lamp, the thud of my footsteps on the hardwood near the hallway. I slowed the playback down. On the app, there's a little slider that lets you drag the speed from normal to half to quarter. At quarter speed, everything became exaggerated. My step off the rug, my arm reaching for the door, the way my shadow stretched ahead of me up the hallway, like it was in more of a hurry than I was. I watched myself move down the hall, hand reaching for the deadbolt. The door opened, spilling cold light from the porch across the floor. For a few seconds, the camera saw only the empty rectangle of the doorframe and the slice of night beyond. Then the door swung shut, and my shadow slid back into the living room. Empty hall again. I scrubbed back and forth around that sequence looking for anything, any extra movement, any flicker at the edge. Frame by frame, thumb tapping the tiny arrow like I was clicking through a slideshow. Frame A, the hall as seen from the living room. Door closed. Nightlight glow. Nothing unusual. Tap. Frame B. I froze. The hallway was the same length, the same walls, the same cheap runner rug. But the space near the front door was no longer empty. A white figure stood just inside the doorway, pressed up against the door with its back to the wood facing inward into the house. The frosted glass panel beside it was brighter than in the previous frame, the light behind it flaring, washing out the edges. The figure's outline was blurred, like the camera had forgotten how to focus, but it was clearly undeniably humanoid. Shoulders, head bowed slightly, fabric pooling around its feet. It did not match my movement. It did not align with where I had been standing. It was like someone had placed an extra person inside the hallway for a single frame and then ripped them out again. Tap. Frame C, empty hall. As if nothing and no one had been there at all. My thumb hovered over the screen. I could feel my pulse in the pad of it, hot and insistent. My mouth had gone dry. The house around me seemed to lean in, every small noise magnified. I dragged the slider backward and forward, hopping between those three frames. Empty. Figure. Empty. It could have been a compression artifact, the rational part of me whispered. A momentary hiccup in the way the camera encoded motion, averaging out previous and next frames, creating a ghost image where none existed. I have read about those things. I work with corrupted files sometimes. I know how data can lie. Then my eyes dropped to the bottom of the glitched frame, and whatever comfort that explanation offered evaporated. Down near the edge of the coffee table, half cropped by the frame, there was a pair of shoes. Old gray sneakers' toes pointed slightly toward each other, kicked off under the table in the exact careless way Jared always abandoned them. The laces were untied, tongues puffed forward. One heel rested against the base of the table leg, leaving a dark scuff on the wood I knew was really there, because I'd never been able to scrub it out. In the frame right before frame A, those sneakers were not there. Under the coffee table, you could see nothing but shadow and the faint outline of a coaster someone had dropped months earlier. In the frame right after frame C, they were gone again. But in that one frame, the white figure in the hallway and Jared's shoes under the table existed in the same frozen moment. I did not have to rely on my memory for the sneakers. I remembered throwing them away. The morning after the funeral, after everyone had shuffled out of the church basement, leaving cold coffee and half-eaten sandwiches behind, I had gone home and found those shoes by the door. Grace had not seen them. She would have folded herself when she did. I picked them up, felt how weightless they seemed without feet in them, and carried them out to the trash can. I remember the sound they made hitting the bottom of the empty bin, a hollow plastic echo that rang louder than it should have. I remember thinking stupidly that I should have donated them instead, given them to some anonymous feet that would never know where they'd been. They were gone before December. There was no universe in which they should be under my coffee table on the night of the shooting, not the way they appeared in that glitched frame. My hand shook a little as I navigated to the clip's info. I wanted desperately to find some anchoring detail that would explain the mismatch. Wrong date, wrong time zone, some backup file mislabeled and spliced into the wrong place. The metadata popped up in a neat little box. Recorded 12:47 a.m., December 28th, camera living room, Nest Cam event motion detected. Front door, December 28th, 2 weeks after Jared died. 2 weeks after the shot on Ramirez's lawn. 2 weeks after the pair of gray sneakers went into a black trash bag and out onto the curb for pickup. The clip I was watching was not labeled as something from the night of the shooting. It was tagged as something that had happened later. A random motion event captured after our lives had already cracked. And yet the sequence inside it showed me walking to the front door with a bat in my hand. Showed the light from the porch spilling in exactly as it had that earlier night. Showed a white figure pressed against my door, and Jared's shoes back under my coffee table, all crammed into a single impossible frame between two perfectly normal ones. Time in that little slice of footage was not linear. It had folded over on itself, dragging pieces from before and after into one flicker the camera had caught, and then apparently tried to file as just another motion event at 2 a.m. On the couch in the dark, I sat very still, phone screen, the only light heart beating loud enough that it felt like it might register as activity on some hidden sensor. Outside, a car rolled along the main road, its tires hissing on cold asphalt. The fridge clicked off. The heater sighed awake, pushing warm air through the vents with a familiar whoosh. On my screen, I tapped back and forth once more between the 3 frames. Empty. Figure and sneakers. Empty. The app did not crash. The phone did not overheat. No error messages appeared telling me the file was corrupt. On some server somewhere, the system had accepted this warped little moment as valid. It was just me who did not know what to do with it. You can blame glitches. You can blame grief. You can blame the late hour and the way the brain misfires when it is tired. I have tried all of those. I will keep trying them probably as long as I live here. But none of those explanations changed this on a night when the house was supposed to be empty. Except for my insomnia, the camera recorded a version of my hallway that belonged to no single night I remember living. And in that version, something in white was already inside, standing by my door, while a pair of shoes I had thrown away weeks earlier waited patiently under the coffee table, exactly where Jared had always left them. 5-3. The 1-second silence. If you asked me what I am most afraid of now, it is not the Nest glitches or the phantom sneakers or even the white figure by the door. It is the 1 second before any of that happens. It started as something I thought I was imagining, a feeling more than a sound, or more accurately, the absence of sound. Our house has a baseline noise the way all houses do. Even when you think it is quiet, it is really a layered mess of small, constant noises. The AC pushing air through vents, the fridge humming, the soft tick of the thermostat cars, whispering along the main road, somebody's bathroom fan 2 houses away, the distant, never-ending hiss of the freeway beyond the subdivision. Turn the TV off and you can hear it. Not as separate things, but as one low, steady backdrop, like the house is always exhaling. Then I started noticing the gaps. It would happen late, usually past midnight when Grace was asleep, and I was in the living room pretending to watch something volume muted. Sometimes I would be scrolling my phone. Sometimes I would just be staring at the black TV screen, seeing my own reflection more than anything else. The first time I thought it was just in my head. One second, the house was making its usual soft racket. The next, it was like someone had put a glass dome over everything. The AC cut off mid-cycle. The fridge, which had been humming in the background, slipped between compressor cycles. No cars passed outside. Even the freeway, that faint white noise river in the distance, seemed to drop away. It was not just quiet. It was wrong. A vacuum. In that second, my ears popped the way they do when a plane is changing altitude. A tiny pressure, like something had shifted around me, not in the house, but in the air itself. My breath sounded too loud in my own head. The tick of my watch, which I had never noticed before, rang out like someone flicking a metal spoon. Then the sound came back. AC whooshed on from some other vent. The fridge coughed and resumed humming. A car rounded the curve outside, tires whispering on asphalt. The freeway hiss folded back in. I told myself it was a coincidence, a moment where the machine cycles just happened to line up in a weird way. Then it happened again and again, always fleeting, always at night, always accompanied by that tiny pressure shift in my ears, like the house was holding its breath with me and then letting it out. I started waiting for it. I would sit on the couch with the TV muted, phone face down, just listening. Cataloging the layers: heater, fridge, distant dog, a neighbor taking out trash, laid a motorcycle somewhere far off. Then without warning, everything would slide into that 1 second null space. No hum, no rush, no distant rumble. Just a thin, high nothing. In that nothing, my thoughts felt too loud. My memory of Jared's laugh, of Victor's voice shaking on his porch, all of it seemed to crowd into that single beat between sounds. The night with the tap made it worse. It was one of those endless insomnia nights again. Grace was at the hospital on a late shift this time. I was alone. The living room was lit only by the low blue glow of the TV paused on some streaming menu. The Nest app sat closed on my phone. I had promised myself I would not open it. The house was in full chorus when it happened. Heater blowing low, fridge running water, heater ticking in the basement, even the distant whine of a plane overhead threading through it all. And then cut. The heater fan wound down and stopped. The fridge clicked off between cycles. The noise from outside flattened the freeway hiss, dropping like someone had pulled a slider down. My ears tightened, that invisible pressure squeezing in. 1 second where the entire world felt like someone had hit mute. In that second, I heard a tap. Not like the knocks on the front door, not 3 in a row. Just a single, precise tap, knuckle on glass or nail or something hard, making brief contact. It came from my right. The living room has 2 sets of windows. The big one faces the street. It looks out over the driveway, the sidewalk, the mailboxes, the rest of Maple Ridge Court. The other is smaller, set on the side wall. It looks sideways toward the narrow strip of yard between our house and the Ramirez place. The tap came from the side window. My head snapped toward it before the sound had even fully registered. The blinds were down, slats, tilted just enough to let in a faint suggestion of the outside world, a stripe of sickly orange from a streetlight, the vague geometry of the neighbor's siding. I stayed frozen for a heartbeat, half hoping it had just been the house settling a branch, anything. The 1 second silence stretched, felt like 3, then 5. Sound came roaring back. The heater kicked on with a thump, air rushing through the vent above me. The fridge compressor coughed alive. Somewhere outside, a car door shut. It was like the world had cleared its throat. I got up anyway. Every self-preservation instinct I had told me not to walk toward that window. To stay put, pretend I had not heard anything, let the moment slip away with the rest. Instead, I found myself crossing the room 1 bare foot at a time, heart too loud in my ears. Up close, the blinds looked flimsy. The cord rattled a little when I touched it. I pinched two of the slats and tilted them up, opening a narrow angle to the outside. All I saw at first was myself. A pale smear of my face, the blue TV light behind me reflecting in the glass. My eyes looked too big, pupils blown. The rest of the room stretched behind me in miniature couch, coffee table, the black rectangle of the turned-off TV. Beyond the reflection, the side yard lay mostly dark. The Ramirez house loomed farther back, one downstairs window, a dull amber rectangle where someone had left a lamp on. The grass between the houses was stiff with frost, catching little bits of light and throwing them back weakly. The base of our exterior wall was just a gray strip disappearing into shadow. No one stood there. No one ran away. No white cloak, no gray sneakers, no shape ducking out of sight. Just the residual impression of my own face and the blue ghost of the paused TV. I stayed like that for a long moment, fingers numb on the blind slat breath fogging the glass slightly. The heater air hit my bare ankles, reminding me the world was still moving, even if I wanted it to stop. Eventually, I let the slats fall back into place. The blinds rattled softly, a cheap, plasticky sound that somehow felt like a sigh. It would have been easy to file the whole thing under paranoia and go to bed. I probably would have if it had just been my house, but the pattern did not stay mine. The next morning, I woke to a notification I hadn't expected to see again. The Maple Ridge Watch Group had lit up with a new message from Henry. It was the first time in days any of us had said anything. He had posted a screenshot from his own security app. Unlike the earlier days, his camera was no longer pointed at the whole street. After the shooting, he had publicly declared he was done being the neighborhood sentinel and physically angled it down to just cover his porch and front door. The screenshot was of his porch, empty concrete, a welcome mat, a potted plant that had given up on the cold weeks ago. The timestamp in the corner read 2:37 a.m. Motion detected his app banner set at the top. His message underneath was short camera picked up something last night. No one there when I checked. Anyone else have their gear firing off for nothing? Matt chimed in, ring went off at 2:36, porch empty. Thought it was a raccoon. Dave, my floodlight clicked on around then. Nothing on camera. Thought it was glitchy sensor. I checked my own Nest archive, thumb suddenly clumsy on the screen. There it was, a little dot on the timeline at 2:37 a.m. No thumbnail this time, just the marker. When I tapped it, the clip was empty living room, same as always. I thought about the hush, the tap on the side window, the way the world had gone dead quiet for exactly 1 second before any of it. Anybody else's house go dead quiet right before I typed, before I could overthink it. Like all the machines stop at once. The 3 little dots appeared under my message, Henry typing, then Matt, then both disappeared. No one answered. A minute later, Henry sent one more line. Scanner picked up a weird gap. County dispatch feed dropped for about a second around then. Probably nothing. Probably nothing. Except the hush was not just in my ducts anymore. It was in Henry's radio, in Matt's ring, in Dave's floodlight. Nest ring, off-brand cameras. Analog scanner, it did not seem to care what brand we'd bought. Whatever that 1 second silence was, it had started to show up right before all of our hardware decided there was motion where no one could see anything. It felt less like my Nest was broken and more like the street was learning a new trick. I put the phone down and listened to the house breathe around me, waiting not for a knock or a figure on the glass, but for that split-second collapse of sound that now meant something was paying attention. Not just to me, to all of us. 6.1. Return to the HOA feed. For a while, I pretended the HOA did not exist. After the funeral, after Victor's U-Haul, after the emergency meeting in the school gym, I unfollowed the page and let it slide out of my life. No more red notification circles. No more blurry screenshots of raccoons. No more shaky phone videos of suspicious teens who were really just bored kids walking home. It was self-preservation. At least that is what I told myself. Weeks passed. The weather shifted from sharp cold to that damp Ohio gray, where snow melts into slush and the sky never fully commits to daylight. Work piled up. Grace went back to nights on rotation. We pretended in our clumsy, halting way to be people whose biggest problem was forgetting to take the trash out. Then one afternoon, I broke my own rule for the most boring reason possible. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop open, half working on a spreadsheet, half staring out at the yard. The dishwasher hummed behind me. The heater cycled on and off. My inbox offered nothing I wanted to deal with. I had already read the entire internet twice, it felt like. My phone buzzed with a notification from some unrelated app, and my thumb drifted almost on autopilot to the folder where I kept social media. The HOA group icon sat there gray and innocuous. When I tapped it, it asked if I wanted to rejoin. I hesitated just long enough to know I should not then hit yes anyway. The feed loaded in a vertical rush of mundanity. Package taken off porch. See video, anyone know whose golden retriever this is found near the playground. Reminder trash cans must be stored out of sight, except on collection day. For a few minutes, it almost worked. The stupid arguments about lawn heights and fence colors were comforting in their smallness. People were mad about recycling bins. They were annoyed by teenagers speeding. They were back to being petty instead of terrified. Then I saw the thread. It was not even technically from our subdivision. Someone from the next one over had shared into our group, same general area, different little loop of streets. The profile name was vaguely familiar. We probably saw their car at the grocery store sometimes. The post started with the kind of all-caps header I had come to dread. Anyone else see this last night below? It was an image from a Ring or some doorbell clone. The familiar fisheye distortion, the washed-out night vision palette. The camera was pointed at a street corner showing a patch of sidewalk, the base of a stop sign, and part of a cul-de-sac entrance that looked uncomfortably like ours but mirrored. In the middle of the frame, near the curb, stood a white figure. My first reaction was physical. My stomach dropped. My fingers went numb. There was a ringing in my ears that had nothing to do with the house. I tapped the image to expand it and did the old useless reflex of trying to pinch zoom a screenshot. The pixels blurred and stretched, but it was enough. The figure was upright, facing away from the camera, as if watching the empty street. The cloak, or whatever it was, hung down in a long, straight line, pooling a little near the shoes. The hood was up, covering the head. At first glance, it could have been Jared, or someone trying to be Jared. The Maple Ridge ghost, packaged and franchised to the next cul-de-sac over. Then the differences started to register. The posture was wrong. The shoulders looked broader, squared, less slouching teenage bones, and more adult muscle under the fabric. The angle of the head was different too, tilted slightly to one side. Not in that curious, off-kilter way Jared had, but almost listening. In one pixelated hand, if that is what it was, I thought I saw something long and narrow. A stick, a bag strap, a length of something hanging down. The compression made it impossible to be sure, but it was there, a darker streak against the pale blur. The timestamp in the top corner of the image read, Johnson 12:02:09 a.m. 3 weeks after Jared bled out on the Ramirez lawn. 3 weeks after I watched them lower him into the ground. 3 weeks after his sneakers went to the landfill. The comments were a mess. Nope, nope, nope. Call the sheriff, that's not funny after what happened. Looks like some kid trying to be the Maple Ridge ghost, sick people out there. My cousin lives over there, said their cameras kept pinging all night. They said the name Maple Ridge Ghost, like it was already a legend, a story they could reference without choking on it. People who had not known Jared, who had not watched his aunt collapse at the graveside, who had not seen Victor standing in his driveway with a tape gun, used those words casually. They made it into an urban myth, while his picture was still on his mother's fridge. I told myself it was just someone copying what they had heard, a cruel imitation, a costume borrowed after the fact. Human awfulness, not anything else. That was easier to swallow than the alternative that the figure in white had never really belonged to Jared at all. Later that week, I did something even dumber. I drove through their subdivision at night. I told Grace I was running to the store for milk we did not actually need. The road I took, technically, could have included that neighborhood as a shortcut. I added 5 minutes to my trip for no reason. Their streets looked like ours, in the way all suburban developments look like variations on the same template. 2-car garages, mailboxes in clusters, small decorative trees planted with municipal optimism. The streetlights were the same sodium vapor lamps casting that sickly orange glow that flattens everything into 2 dimensions. I turned onto the street that matched the one in the screenshot using the stop sign and the angle of the sidewalk as a guide. It was eerie how close the layout was. Same curve of curb, same little patch of mulch around a misplanted maple. Same blind corner between 2 houses where a white shape could stand and see more than it was seen. As I drove, my own headlights chased me through the windshield reflection. Every time I passed a parked car, their glossy sides threw my beams back at me in warped streaks. For a moment, each reflection looked like something moving in the periphery, trailing me down the road. My heart rate jumped every time. There was no one outside. No cloaked figures, no kids, no dog walkers. Just closed curtains and the occasional flicker of TV light. I did a slow loop and left feeling like I had touched a bruise and learned nothing new except that it still hurt. Back home, I opened the post again. This time I looked less at the figure and more at the rest of the frame. People focus on the brightest thing in an image. It is a survival instinct. Pay attention to the obvious threat first. But once you stare at an image long enough, your eyes start to betray you. They wander. The white figure stood near the middle of the screenshot, backlit by a streetlight just out of frame. To the left, a parked SUV sat halfway in the driveway, rear end, visible windows black. To the right, the curve of the cul-de-sac dipped into shadow lined with more cars and curb. Something about the SUV's passenger window caught my attention. A lighter patch in the dark. A smudge. I zoomed in until the pixels turned into jagged little squares. The reflection in the glass was grainy and doubled, like someone had printed the image on sandpaper. The white figure in the street was visible, stretched and distorted across the curved surface, a ghost of a ghost. But behind it, or maybe beside it, or maybe layered on top of it, there was another shape. Fainter, smaller, offset by just enough that it did not seem like the same reflection, double exposed. Another pale blur, slightly lower as if standing a step behind the first. 2 hoods, 2 suggestion heads, one brighter, one dimmer. I leaned closer to the phone until my nose almost touched the screen. It did not get any clearer, but it did not go away either. The more I looked, the more convinced I became that whatever the camera had captured that night was not a single figure in a cloak. It was a pair. One in front, one behind. Or perhaps one main subject, and its echo trailing a half step out of sync. I scrolled through the comments again, looking for any mention of it. Nah, that's just flashback from Maple Ridge. Somebody's kid being an idiot. Y'all need to chill, it's a sheet. Lol, if I see this on my porch, I'm moving. No one talked about the second shape in the window. Either they did not see it, or they dismissed it as a trick of the glass, a quirk of the angle. Maybe that is all it was. Or maybe we had been wrong from the beginning to think there was only ever one. When Jared bought that cloak on clearance and joked about becoming the Maple Ridge Ghost, we all treated it like a one-to-one thing, one kid, one costume, one haunting stupid enough to get someone killed. But standing in my kitchen phone, heavy in my hand, looking at that reflection of two white shapes, where there should have been one, a different possibility took root. The figure in white had not stayed dead on our street. It had moved, multiplied, or been copied so many times that somewhere along the way, the original and the echo became indistinguishable. I had thought deleting clips and tossing sneakers and avoiding a single house at the end of our court would be enough to contain it. It turned out the story had other plans. 6.2. The call from the sheriff. The night the sheriff called, the house was doing its usual late show. Grace was at work a double shift that had slid into a triple because someone else called in sick. The TV was on but muted, some crime procedural flickering silently on the screen, actors gesturing wildly in a world where their arguments made no sound. The heater cycled in low, steady bursts. The fridge hummed. Far away, the freeway whispered. I was halfway through a beer I did not really want when my phone lit up on the coffee table. Unknown number, local area code. Normally I let those go to voicemail. Spam calls, wrong numbers, political surveys. That night my thumb moved before my common sense did. I picked up. Hello. There was a short delay, the kind where you hear the faint click of a connection fully engaging. Then a man's voice came through, familiar in a way that made my stomach tighten. Mr. Miller. This is Jensen from the sheriff's office. Detective Jensen, the one who had typed my original statement while the ceiling fan ticked and the fluorescent light flickered. Hearing his voice again pulled me straight back into that beige room, styrofoam coffee cooling between my hands. Yeah, I said, sitting up a little. Hi, sorry to call you so late, he said, and he did sound apologetic in a tired way. I won't take much of your time. Just wanted to follow up on a couple of things, if that's all right. No one says follow up about something good. Sure, I said. My eyes drifted automatically toward the front hallway, half expecting the nest to chime in to add its own commentary. It stayed silent. He cleared his throat on the other end. I could picture him flipping through a file exactly like the one he'd had in front of him when I first sat in his office. We've had some new reports, he said, from your area. People calling in about a person in white again, near Maple Ridge. Not just kids talking this time, a couple of different households. He let that hang there, listening for my reaction. The TV threw silent strobe light patterns across the wall. Okay, I said, because I did not know what you are supposed to say to that. I told you so was off the table. So was, of course you have. I'm not saying it's related to, what happened in December, he went on carefully. But given everything that went on, we're trying to be thorough. Make sure we aren't missing anything. You still have that indoor camera system, right? Nest or whatever it was. Yeah, I said slowly. Still have it. Have you noticed anything? Off, he asked. Any motion alerts, strange recordings, anything you think we should see? Even if it seems small. The part of me that has been waiting for someone else to confirm I am not crazy wanted to spill everything right there. Tell him about the phantom thumbnails, about the empty clips that still claimed something had moved at 2:37 a.m., about the frame with Jared's sneakers where they had no business being, about the white figure pressed against my front door weeks after he went into the ground. Tell him about the hush, the 1-second vacuum where the house held its breath and then something knocked or tapped or made the cameras jerk awake for nothing. The words piled up behind my teeth, urgent and hot. And then I pictured his face in that office again, neutral, professional, guarded. I pictured him trying to write ghost in the hallway into an official report without smirking. More than that, I thought about what it would do if I spoke those things out loud to someone who could put my name on paper next to them. It would take them from being nightmares with bad timestamps to being evidence that I had snapped. I swallowed them back down. "Nothing I can prove," I said finally. There was a tiny pause. Not long enough to be dramatic, just long enough to register that he had heard the qualifier. "Nothing you can prove," he repeated. "Okay. But you have noticed something." He did not say it like a question. "I've had some weird alerts," I admitted. "Times where the system says it saw something, but the clips are empty. Might just be glitches, old hardware. You know how it is." "Sure," he said. I heard him shift the phone from one ear to the other. The quality of his breathing changed slightly. "I'm not a tech guy. I just know there's a difference between what the camera thinks it saw and what a person remembers." He paused, then added almost casually, "You'd be surprised how many people remember things their cameras don't." The line stuck in my ear like a splinter. Was that just a general observation, the kind of thing a detective says after years of watching people twist their stories to fit bad footage? Or was he hinting at something more specific? Other homeowners describing knocks, shapes, hushes with nothing on the official record to back them up. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded thin, I bet. He let out a breath that might have been a quiet laugh or just fatigue. "Look, if you do catch anything, if you get a clip that shows a person, not just a glitch, send it our way. Email, drop off, whatever works. You've got my card still, right?" "Somewhere," I said. I pictured it in the junk drawer by the fridge, jammed between a dead battery and 3 takeout menus. "Good. Use it if you need to. Otherwise, I appreciate your time." "Sure." We did the polite ending dance. "Take care. You too." The line clicked dead, replaced by the soft hiss of my phone's speaker going quiet. I sat there for a minute, the phone still pressed to my ear even though the call was over, listening to the house. The heater was off. The fridge was between cycles. Outside, no cars passed. For a heartbeat, it was as if Jensen's call had landed me right in the center of one of those 1-second silences stretched out just long enough to notice it. You'd be surprised how many people remember things their cameras don't. I pulled the phone away and stared at the screen. My recent calls list showed the unknown local number at the top, time-stamped just a minute before. No voicemail notification, obviously. I had answered. On impulse more than intention, I backed out of the phone app and opened voicemail. Most people delete their messages regularly. I am not most people. My voicemail inbox was a graveyard of half-forgotten audio reminders from the dentist, wrong numbers, snippets from relatives I hadn't called back. A couple of messages from Jared, ones I had not been able to bring myself to delete even when I'd tried to scour other traces of him from the house. I scrolled until I found his name. The oldest one was from months before everything started. Late summer. Before the HOA hysteria, before the white figure posts, before anyone in Maple Ridge thought about ghosts as anything but decorations. I hit play. His voice came through tinny and younger than it had any right to sound, even though I knew it had not changed that much. "Yo, Mike, pick up your phone, man," Jared said, a little breathless. "I was gonna see if you wanted to grill or something later. I think I fixed my car, but it might explode, so if you hear a boom from campus, that was me." He laughed at his own joke. I could hear it break in the middle, that half-cackle, half-snort he did. Underneath his voice, there was the faint murmur of background noise, dorm sounds most likely. Doors closing, someone shouting down a hallway, the distant thump of music bleeding through thin walls. I was about to let it run out, just a dumb, harmless slice of the before, when something in the background sound made my skin prickle. I rewound 5 seconds and turned the volume up. "If you hear a boom from campus, that was me," Jared said again. His laugh followed, slightly distorted the phone mic, not quite handling the peaks. Then, under it, behind the dorm noise, 3 tiny sounds. Tap, tap, tap. So soft, they were almost swallowed by the hiss of the recording. If you were not listening for them, your brain would file them under random dorm noise, someone knocking on a roommate's door, something shifting on a shelf. But my brain had heard those 3 knocks in enough contexts now that it recognized them like a melody. They were spaced the same way as the ones on my front door that first night. The same as the faint taps the nest had captured while we watched football before any of us knew where the story was going. The same as the echo I thought I heard in the side window during the hush. Knock, knock, knock. On the message, Jared kept talking, oblivious. "Anyway, call me back, old man. Don't be lame. Later." The recording beeped and ended. My voicemail list popped back up, innocent as a filing cabinet. I played it again and again. Each time I tried to convince myself I was mishearing it, that it was just someone dropping something in the hall or a door latch catching. But once you decide a sound is a knock, it becomes a knock in your brain forever. Months before Jared ever saw a clearance cloak, months before Maple Ridge had a ghost, something had been knocking quietly in the background of his life too. 3 little taps no one paid attention to because they sounded like nothing at all. You'd be surprised how many people remember things their cameras don't, Jensen had said. Sitting in my dark living room phone pressed to my ear, replaying a stupid voicemail about grilling, I realized the inverse was just as bad. There are also things your cameras might catch that you will not remember until long after it is too late to do anything about them. Sometimes that thing is a blur on the glass. Sometimes it is a pair of sneakers where they should not be. And sometimes it is 3 quiet knocks hiding in the background of a joke from a dead kid, patiently waiting for you to finally hear them. 6.3. The last neighborhood watch message, the Maple Ridge watch chat, had been a ghost town for so long that I honestly thought it was dead. Days would go by without a single bubble. Sometimes I would open it out of habit and just stare at the last few messages, Henry's link to the news story. My unanswered question about the hush, the blue-red receipts nobody commented on, and then back out like I had peeked into a room I was not supposed to enter anymore. Then one night, it lit up. It was close to midnight. Grace was home asleep on the couch beside me, an old blanket pulled up to her chin, the TV throwing soft, shifting light across her face. Some reality show murmured in the background, low enough that the house noises still came through, heater humming, fridge cycling, the occasional car slipping along the main road. My phone buzzed 3 times in quick succession. When I picked it up, the notification stack was all the same app. Messenger, Maple Ridge Watch, new messages. My stomach tightened. I opened the chat. Matt had sent a photo. No text at first, just the image. It was a grainy still, clearly a screen grab from his new camera, the one he'd bragged about installing top of the line, none of that cheap motion blur crap. The shot was of the cul-de-sac entrance taken from his front porch at some crappy digital zoom. Street curb, the far end of the circle. A faint timestamp glowed in the corner, minutes old. Near the center of the frame, right where the curve of the street started to bleed into the Ramirez lawn, was a white smear. Not a full, clean figure you could outline. More like someone had dragged an eraser over the pixels where a person should be. The smear was taller than it was wide vertical, with a slightly brighter core and a faint halo around it where the sensor had blown out. right where Jared had fallen, right where the reindeer had grazed plastic air, right where Victor's grass still never seemed to grow back exactly the same. Matt's message followed a second later. Tell me I'm seeing things. The typing bubbles popped up immediately. Dave's, then Henry's, then mine. For a second, the screen looked like boiling water. Dave got there first. That your fancy camera looks like a glitch, man. Matt replied, glitch that only happens at the same damn spot something already went down. 2:41 a.m. Camera flagged it as person. He added a zoomed crop, a rectangle blown up so far, it was barely more than blocks of gray and white. Up close, the smear looked worse. There was just enough shape to suggest shoulders, just enough brightness at the top to imply a hood or head. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. The last time we had seen something like this and decided to act on it, Jared died. That thought sat heavy in the chat like an untyped message. Dave broke the silence. I'm done chasing ghosts, man. Not going out there. Sorry. It was the first time any of us had used the word ghost in the chat without quotes. Henry chimed in next. I heard footsteps on my porch 2 nights ago, he wrote. Slow ones. I stayed in bed and pretended to be asleep. Camera didn't show anything when I checked in the morning. There was a second message from him right after. If it wants to knock, it can knock. I'm not opening any more doors. Matt replied with a reaction emoji somewhere between laughing and crying, but he did not argue. Should we call it in? I typed, then deleted it. What was I going to say? Hey, remember that tragedy in December? Here's a blurry shape on a driveway. Please send cars again. Instead, I wrote, if it was a person, they're gone by now. Matt sent a final line. Yeah, I'm staying inside. Just thought you guys should see it. There was no talk of bats this time. No half-joking threats about tackling someone, no macho posturing about holding the line. The energy had drained out of us months ago and been replaced with something else, fear-sure, but also a kind of bone-deep fatigue. We had chased the white figure once. We knew what doing something could cost. I did not go outside. Instead, I got up from the couch, carefully trying not to wake Grace, and went to the front window. The blinds were down. I slipped 2 fingers between the slats and pulled them apart just enough to see. The cul-de-sac lay under its usual orange dome. The streetlight at the center cast its sad little circle of sodium light on the asphalt, bleaching the frost to a dull, milky sheen. Our mailboxes stood in a row, like tired sentries. A couple of cars sat in driveways dark and inert. The Ramirez house was different now. Victor's for sale sign was gone. It had come down weeks earlier when escrow finally closed. The porch light was off. The downstairs windows were dark. Whoever had bought the place was either not home or more disciplined than we were about early bedtimes. The spot on the lawn where everything had happened was just grass, a slightly uneven patch in the glow, the ghost of where the reindeer had stood. No smear, no cloak, no one. But as I watched, I could not shake the sense that the lit part of the street was not the point. It felt like something was standing just beyond the edge of the streetlight's reach in that narrow ring of darkness where the glow thinned out and the real night began. Watching, waiting. Maybe looking back at my window slit where my own pale eye glinted behind plastic blinds. My phone buzzed in my hand again, new messages. Henry had sent an audio file, just a little gray bar with a play icon labeled Porch Cam Clip. M4A. Pulled this from last night, he wrote. Quality sucks. Turn it up. I plugged in my earbuds without thinking, some reflex from too many noise complaints and shared walls. The house around me went muffled as the rubber tips sealed in. I tapped the play icon. At first it was just static, the hiss and crackle of a cheap mic recording a quiet scene. Underneath the noise, I could barely make out the low, omnipresent wash of the freeway, the occasional rustle of tree branches picking up a bit of wind. Then, cutting through the static, there it was. Knock, knock, knock. Not loud, not the booming, aggressive pounding of someone demanding entry. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, spaced just far enough apart that each one had room to die against the door before the next arrived. They sounded close, intimate, the way a knuckle raps on wood when the person on the other side already knows you are home. Under the knocks, very faint, there was something else. A male voice whispering. The mic struggled with it, the syllables blurring in the hiss, but the cadence was unmistakable, a few short words too low and too fast to make out spoken right up against the microphone's edge. I replayed it, leaning into the sound, trying to tease meaning out of the mush. All I got was the sense that the voice knew exactly whose porch it was on. The clip ended abruptly, a tiny digital hiccup, as the app cut off the last trailing bit of static. The chat ticked over to Henry's follow-up text. App crashed right after. Going to bed. A thumbs-up reaction from Matt popped up. Dave added after a minute, "Yeah, nah, I'm out. Night, guys." I stared at Henry's line, "Going to bed," like he had just sent a meme or a dumb video. Like 3 slow knocks and a whisper at 2-something in the morning were a slightly annoying notification, not the same pattern that had already threaded itself through my voicemails, my door, my Nest clips. I typed, then erased, then typed again. "Did you open the door?" The message sat there under his last text with a single delivered checkmark. No 3 dots appeared, no red receipt. Minutes ticked by. The TV behind me finally timed out to a screensaver. The heater shut off, leaving the house in its familiar, almost quiet. Eventually, out of some combination of exhaustion and the feeling that pushing any harder would break something I could not fix, I put the phone down. The next morning, when the sun finally scraped its way over the roofs and turned the frost into wet streaks on the asphalt, I saw Henry out front, picking up his paper in his robe like he always did. He lifted a hand in that same small nod. I nodded back. No mention of the clip, no mention of the knocks. Later that day, I checked the chat again. No new messages, no audio, no follow-up from Henry about app crashes or tech support. The last line sat there at the bottom of the screen, "Henry app crashed right after. Going to bed. Dave, yeah, nah, I'm out. Night, guys." That was it. That was the last time any of us used that thread. It stayed on my phone, but it might as well have been carved into stone. Whatever we were supposed to be watching for had outgrown a group chat and a few half-broken cameras. The knocks had started as a quirk of my memory, a weird little pattern at the edges of my life. Something you could write off as coincidence or nerves. Then they showed up on Nest clips, on voicemails in my walls. Now they were in Henry's porch audio integrated into his hardware, crashing his app, sliding into his sign-offs, like they were just another notification. It did not feel like a single event anymore. It felt like a language. 3 soft knocks, a paused world, a whisper the microphone never quite catches, a signal spreading through circuits and wiring and human minds, using every sensor and speaker and forgettable door in Maple Ridge as if the whole neighborhood were a single blinking device. And we, the former watch, had decided almost unanimously to stop looking. 7.1. Present-day confession. Right now, as I am typing this, my kitchen looks like any other tired suburban kitchen at 2-something in the morning. The overhead light is off. The only real light in the room comes from my laptop screen, a white rectangle on the table that makes my hands look washed out and a little unreal. The microwave clock over the stove glows 2:37 a.m. in stubborn green, I keep catching that number out of the corner of my eye like it is watching me back. Somewhere inside the walls, the HVAC unit just clicked off. There was the usual sigh of air fading from the vent above the fridge, then the faint tick-tick-tick of metal contracting as the ducts cooled. After that, the house dropped into that dense quiet I have tried to describe too complete to be comfortable, like someone pressed pause on the background part of the world. It is in that quiet that the cursor blinks at me from the email draft I have addressed to you. Not to the sheriff. Not to some detective with a file already too thick. Not to a lawyer or a therapist or a priest. To a horror channel. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. I am sitting here in an ordinary house at the edge of Columbus, wearing an old t-shirt and sweatpants, typing a confession about a dead kid and a maybe ghost into a contact form meant for true horror story submissions, and I hear the way that plays as a punchline. But here's the thing, the true crime podcasts, the news pieces, the official statements, they all want the same thing. They want a clean story, a narrative you can wrap up in 45 minutes with ad breaks in between, put a bow on it, call it a tragic incident, and move on to the next one. They like motives. Blood alcohol levels, ballistics reports. They like phrases like involuntary manslaughter and reasonable fear and unfortunate consequences. They file out the weird edges, the parts that do not fit into a court transcript, because those are messy and do not help anyone win. Channels like yours, for better or worse, are the only places I know that will actually sit with the parts that do not make sense and just let them be. You do not pretend every story has an answer. You do not cut out the parts that make people uncomfortable because they are unreliable or hard to verify. You lean into the ambiguity and let it haunt. That is what I need. I am not trying to get anyone arrested. The law did what it did. Victor's case went the way it went. Jared is still dead. None of that is going to change because some guy in his kitchen sends a long-winded email to a stranger who reads scary stories on YouTube. I just want this out of my house for a while. Out of my head. Somewhere else, even if that somewhere is just inside a bunch of other people's speakers. So for whatever it is worth, here is the part I have not told anyone who could put me under oath. I keep replaying all the little choices that led to the shot on Ramirez's lawn, and I keep landing on the same stupid moments. The text I ignored from Jared the afternoon he died. Yo, you at home tonight? I might swing by and spook the neighborhood watch, LOL. I could have said, do not come. I could have said, people are armed and jumpy, this is not funny anymore. Instead, I wrote, bring beer if you come. And then I set my phone down and pretended that made me an accomplice only to a prank, and not to what it became. The night he showed me the cloak, cheap white fabric, clearance tagged at Spirit Halloween, him swishing around my living room like some low-budget ghost, I laughed. I pointed a half-empty beer bottle at him and said, you're gonna get yourself shot in this neighborhood in that thing. It came out as a joke. I even added a stupid laugh emoji when I texted about it in the group chat later, like that softened it. Looking back, it feels less like a joke and more like a script note I handed to whatever is out there listening. Then there were the omissions. Sitting in Jensen's office under humming fluorescent lights, I told him about the hood, the lawn, the shout, the blast. I did not tell him that I had already seen Jared's cloak in a photo captioned, "Meet the Maple Ridge Ghost." I did not mention the spook, the neighborhood watch text, or the way my stomach dropped when I saw the timestamp and realized I had known exactly what he was planning long before it turned into something the sheriff's office needed a name for. I left out the knocks, the first 3 soft taps on my door that never showed up on the Nest timeline. The taps the camera caught behind our football game 2 days before any white figure showed up on anyone's HOA feed. I edited the story of my own life the way people do when they are trying very hard not to convict themselves, and then I signed my name at the bottom of that sanitized version. I liked being in the Maple Ridge Watch, if I am being honest. I liked that Matt and Dave and Henry thought of me as one of the defenders of the street. The rational guy. The one who knew how to work the apps and position the cameras. I liked the little hit of importance it gave my otherwise boring life. If there is a ghost here, a real one, I am half convinced it gets fed on that exact kind of ego. On middle-aged men grabbing bats and flashlights and pretending they can tell the difference between a prank and a threat by feel. As I type this, the laptop fan has kicked on at a low whir, a constant breeze on my wrists. The fridge behind me is cycling into another hum, one of its last for the night, if the pattern holds. Every now and then, there's a soft pop from the ducts overhead as trapped heat shifts in the metal. The ice maker decides to live up to its name and drops a few cubes into the tray with the hollow clatter that used to startle me and now barely registers. In my headphones, because I made the mistake of putting some of this audio on a loop while I wrote, I can hear Jared's voice buried in old files. The crackle of that dorm voicemail, his laugh tripping over itself as he jokes about his car exploding. Under it, if I listen hard enough, the 3 knocks that did not mean anything to me, then stuttering like a secret rhythm no one had taught me to count yet. I am telling you all of this because by the time you read it, it will either sound like a well-constructed horror story or the unraveling of a man who has listened to his house too long. Maybe it is both. I am past the point of knowing the difference. The email window on my screen takes up most of the real estate, but behind it, in the bottom right corner, my operating system still throws up little system notifications, battery warnings, calendar reminders, app updates. They fade in and out without asking my permission. As I finish this paragraph, one pops into existence over the taskbar with the familiar soft chime. A small gray rectangle white text, the Nest icon I know too well. New device recognized Jared's phone. For a second, my brain does not process the words. It just registers the layout app name message, little blue manage devices link under it. Then the content catches up. I stare at it frozen. My chair creaks faintly as I lean forward. The laptop fan seems suddenly louder, like it is straining. Behind me, the fridge hum feels too high, almost a whine. Jared's phone is gone. Physically, I know this. It was shattered when he hit the lawn screen, spider-webbed casing cracked. The sheriff's office bagged it as evidence. At some point, someone in a lab somewhere tried to pull data off it, then logged no recovery possible on a form, ticked a box, and moved on. Whatever was left of it is either in a locker with other tagged items from that night, or in a landfill with his sneakers. It has not connected to our Wi-Fi since the week before Christmas. The cursor in my email draft keeps blinking cheerfully, unaware. I move the mouse toward the notification every inch of the pointer's progress, agonizingly slow. I want to click Manage Devices. I want to see a list, a MAC address, an IP, anything that can be traced back to something rational. A neighbor with a recycled phone number. A glitch labeling some other handset with an old name. Anything. Before the pointer reaches the box, the notification fades. No slide out, no dismissed. It just dissolves like a breath on glass, leaving nothing behind but the generic Nest icon sitting in my taskbar, as harmless and bland as ever. I click it anyway, heart pounding hard enough that I can feel it in my gums. The device list opens. Same 3 entries as yesterday. Living room Nest Cam front door, Nest Cam thermostat. No phones, no new devices, no log of any recent additions. In the top corner of the window, a little status line reads, last activity, none in the past 24 hours. The microwave still says 2:37 a.m. The HVAC has not kicked back on yet. The house is between cycles in that thin, dangerous strip of silence where I have come to expect a knock or a tap or a clip that will not play right. My ears are ringing with it, with the absence of everything except the tiny whine of electronics and the blood in my own head. On the screen in front of me, my half-finished sentence waits. I don't care if you believe me. I just wanted out of my house for a while. Behind that, something I cannot see is apparently confident enough to borrow Jared's name long after his phone stopped existing. I am telling you this now, while the cursor is still blinking and the fridge is still running and the heater has not yet decided whether it will join in, because once the house takes its 1-second breath again, I no longer trust what will show up on my screens or who it will say is here. 7.2. Last review of the footage. At some point tonight, the idea got into my head that if I attached something to this email, some still, some clip, anything, it would make this feel less like a confession and more like a report. You people who run these channels always say you love evidence. Photos, audio, screenshots. It is a currency online. The more of it you have, the more real the story feels, even if half of it is misinterpreted, compression artifacts, and shadows. I know better than most that nothing on my cameras is going to prove anything to anyone who does not already want to believe. But the urge is there anyway. So I minimize the email draft and open the Nest app. The laptop fan ramps up a little as the app loads a soft whine that merges with the refrigerator hum into a single thin note behind my eyes. The house for the moment is in its noisy phase heater on duct ticking a car passing somewhere outside. It feels safer to look at footage when the present is loud. The timeline view comes up a long horizontal bar with little colored ticks for motion events. The dates sit stacked vertically on the left, a calendar I never asked for but got anyway. I scroll past December, past the funeral, past the U-Haul, into the months that followed. Little dots of activity at all hours, like someone had taken a highlighter to our insomnia. I am not looking for anything specific, just something I can crop and send, maybe the clip with the knocks behind our football game, or that one impossible frame with the sneakers. But my thumb, or in this case the trackpad cursor, drifts lower, scrolling further back and further forward until I hit a date I do not remember ever checking. December 19th, 1 year after the shooting. The day itself I remember. We did not do anything dramatic. No candlelight vigil, no big family gathering. Grace and I went to work, came home, ate dinner in near silence, watched TV we did not care about, went to bed too late. We did not say his name, we did not say anniversary. We just floated through it, hoping the day would pass without tearing anything new open. On the Nest timeline, that date has one event in the dead center of the night. A single blue dot. Motion detected. Living room, 2:37 a.m., the same time staring at me from the microwave clock right now. For a second, I wonder if this is some kind of UI glitch, the app defaulting to current time, autofilling it in my peripheral vision. But when I click on the dot, the app opens the clip as if it has been waiting for me to ask. The familiar fisheye view fills the screen. Living room from the top corner, couch, coffee table, TV, hallway, mouth. The lamp is off. The only illumination is a faint wash from the streetlight bleeding in through the blinds and the dull glow of the stove clock in the open kitchen. In the lower right corner of the video, Nest's little overlay shows the timestamp. 12:19, 2:37 a.m. The scrub bar sits at 000 of a 20-second clip. I hit play. For the first several seconds, nothing happens. The room is so still, it looks like a photograph. The shadows are thick, layered. The couch is a dark block, the coffee table a darker block in front of it. The TV is a dead rectangle. The hallway to the front door is just a deeper black cut into the wall. The audio is a low, steady hiss of background noise, the heater, the fridge, the distant hum of the freeway flattened together by the tiny microphone. This is what I expected: false positives. The camera flagged motion because the automatic exposure shifted, or a car's headlights leaked through the blinds and tricked the sensor. Boring, explainable stuff. Then, in the left edge of the frame near the border where the kitchen opens into the living room, the darkness changes. It is not a jump, not a cut. More like the pixels themselves get confused about what they are supposed to be. A pale smear begins to resolve out of the shadow, as if it is not stepping into the room so much as fading into it from somewhere else. It takes a full 3 seconds for the shape to fully emerge. By then, my hand is already tightening on the mouse. The heater has shut off in the real house. I did not even notice the click when it did. The hum in my ears is now almost entirely internal. The shape is white. Not bright white, a grayish, low-light white, the color of cheap fabric under a sodium street lamp. It stands a few feet from the front door between the hallway and the couch, turned at a slight angle so that the hooded head is oriented toward the camera. There is no face. I would almost prefer a bad, glitchy suggestion of a face to what is there, which is nothing. Just more gray, more blur where features should be. But despite the lack of detail, there is an unmistakable sense that it is looking directly at the lens. At me. I know rationally that these are recorded photons bouncing off a screen. That whatever happened in that sleepwalking slice of my living room is over, whether it was a glitch or a person or something in between. But sitting at my kitchen table watching this in the dark, I feel pinned. The white figure does not move in any obvious way. It does not step forward, does not lift an arm, does not tilt its head further. It just is there, inhabiting the center of the frame, like it has been there the whole time, and the camera is only now acknowledging it. On the audio, the background hum dips, then rises my house's usual mechanical breath. And then layered over it, there is another sound. An exhale. Soft, but close to the mic. It is not the whoosh of the vents or the sigh of a door. It is the sound a person makes when they have been holding their breath for too long and finally let a little of it out. There is a tiny tremor at the start of it, a catch. It does not belong to any memory I have of being in that room. I realize I am holding my own breath now. I let it go, and the rustle of air in my chest sounds wrong in my ears, like it is trying to match something it does not quite understand. Almost immediately after the exhale from somewhere deeper in the house, barely caught at the edge of the microphone's range, there is a knock, then another, then another, 3 in that same measured pattern. They do not seem to be coming from the front door. The sound is duller, more muffled, like it is filtered through more material. Basement door, bedroom wall, somewhere else entirely. The clip's audio quality is bad, but my brain has had enough practice parsing those knocks that it does not matter. On the screen, the white figure does not react. Neither does the room. No one walks in. No lights flip on. For the remaining seconds of the clip, the shape simply stands there quietly asserting its presence, while the house noise creeps back to normal. Then, at the 17-second mark, the image glitches a small compression hiccup, and the figure is gone. There is no fade out this time, no slow dissolving back into shadow. One frame, it is there occupying the space by the door. The next, there is nothing but the hallway and the blank panel of the closed front door. The clip runs the last 3 seconds on an empty room and then stops. I scrub back. Watch it again. The fade in, the exhale, the knocks, the flicker, the disappearance. If this really is from December 19th, 1 year later, it is bad enough. An anniversary visitation, a visual echo lining up with the same ugly time on my microwave clock. A neat little circle for the story to draw like it cares about dramatic structure. But something nags at me, the wall clock. I do not look at it much. We use the microwave and our phones. But we still have one hanging on the far wall above the TV, the cheap kind with plastic hands and a white face visible in the Nest's wide shot as a faint round smudge. In the clip, I can see it clearly enough to read the position of the hands. They are both pointing almost straight down. 2:30 something. Closer to 2:40 than 2:30 if you split hairs. The little bar of the second hand is frozen somewhere between the numbers. That matches the overlay in the corner 2:37 a.m. What does not match when I finally think to check is the metadata. I back out of the clip and tap the little eye icon for information. A box pops up neat and emotionless. Recorded 12/19, 2:37 a.m. year 2123. That is the anniversary, 1 year after the shooting. The date my rational brain had already assigned this video. But when I scrub back up the timeline to the original night, December 19th, 2022, the one the sheriff's office cares about, the one with the floodlights and the ambulance and Victor's porch, I noticed something I had somehow missed. There is a gap in the timeline. From 2:30 a.m. to 2:45 a.m. on that date, there are no motion events logged, no clips, no thumbnails, no bar. Just a flat stretch where the app claims the camera saw nothing and therefore recorded nothing. Outside, I know what we were doing in that 15 minutes. We were moving across the lawn, shouting, kneeling, backing away. We were pressed up against the edges of our fear, too loud and too stunned to think about what was or was not being captured inside. Inside, according to my phone, the house was empty. I flip back to the anniversary clip. The overlay timestamp in the corner flickers as I rewind, like the app is struggling to decide which data to show me. For a single frame before it resolves, it stutters into a different layout. 12/19/22, 2:37 a.m. I blink, scrub forward, backward. For a moment, the date on the clip insists it was recorded the night of the shooting, at the exact time we were outside under the Ramirez floodlight, while our voices bounced off siding and children's bedrooms and cop car hoods. Then it snaps back to the anniversary year, like a teenager caught wearing the wrong jacket. I do not know enough about how Nest stores its files to say what that means. Maybe it is a software bug. Maybe some engineer pushed an update that messed with how dates are displayed on older clips. Maybe I am seeing what I want to see in a momentary glitch. Maybe. What I cannot get around is the feeling that the camera has stored two versions of that night. The one the sheriff knows about us outside chasing something in white under the streetlight, a shotgun blast a body on the grass. And another one the house remembers a white shape inside by the front door, standing in my living room in the dark, exhaling. Listening to 3 slow knocks echo from somewhere deeper within, while we all stood in the cold, convinced the danger was out there. I save a still anyway. I hit the little icon capture the frame where the figure is clearest, just before the exhale, just after the fade. The result is what you would expect, a blurry, grainy mess that could be a bed sheet or a glitch, or a trick of the light, or a ghost. I hover over the attach file button in the email window for a long time. Then I drag the still into the draft, watch the progress bar fill, and tell myself that if you include it in your video, people will pause, zoom in, argue in the comments about exposure and AI and hoaxes. None of them will feel what I feel when I look at it, not fear exactly, but a kind of sick recognition. Because if the camera really did remember a different version of that night, if there was something in here while we were out there, then all the knocks, all the hushes, all the impossible frames are not aftershocks. They are just the parts of the story the hardware could not keep in order. 7.3. The knock that ends the story. By the time I reach the end of this, the cursor feels like it has more stamina than I do. The email window is full now, paragraph after paragraph poured into the little text box your site gives people like me. My eyes are dry. My fingers ache in that dull, tendon-deep way, and the laptop keys feel slightly warmer under my hands, where I have been hitting the same ones over and over. The microwave still says 2:37 a.m. It has said that every time I have looked up, which tells me I am glancing at it more often than I realize. The house is in one of its in-between phases. The heater just finished a cycle. I heard the last sigh of air push through the vent above the fridge a minute ago. The fridge itself has fallen quiet mid-compressor. Outside, the distant rush of I-71 has tapered off to almost nothing. No tires on our street, no neighbors shifting in their sleep loud enough for the walls to relay it. I am back in the middle of that thin, stretched out 1-second silence again, only now it seems to be taking its time. On the screen, the last lines I have just typed sit at the bottom of the email. I still do not know if the white figure was ever just Jared, or if Jared put on something that was already walking this street in our fears and in our cameras long before he zipped up that stupid cloak. The wording is clumsy. Honest, but clumsy. I consider going back to punch it up, smooth it out, so it sounds more like the stories you read out loud and less like a man cornered by his own syntax. Then I decide against it. I am not trying to win a writing contest. I am trying to pin something down long enough to hand it to someone else. The guilt part is all there in the body of the email. The ignored text. The joke about getting shot in that cloak. The fact that I did not wave him off when I had the chance because I liked being part of the watch too much. The edits I made when talking to police, leaving out the parts that made me look like a man who thought this was all a game, until it was not. The weird part is in there too. The knocks on doors and in voicemails. The frames that show shoes that are not supposed to exist anymore. The 1-second hush that now feels like a living thing pacing the edges of my house. I have attached a couple of stills, the blur in the hallway, the muddy screen grab of the white smear by the door. They look ridiculous, like every other evidence picture on the internet. 200 different explanations possible, none of them provable. But they are part of the story, whether they convince anyone or not. All that is left on the screen now is the blue send button in the lower corner waiting. My hand hovers over the trackpad. The plastic casing under my palm creaks faintly when I rest too much weight on it. I did not realize how hard I was pressing down. My index finger shakes just enough that I can see it in the reflection on the laptop bezel. I am suddenly absurdly aware that this is the moment in every story where the character does the thing you want to shout at them not to do. Do not go into the basement. Do not check the camera. Do not open the door. Do not hit send, because sending this means making it real in a way it has not been yet. It means letting other people into the house, even if only as far as their headphones will take them. It means giving whatever this is a bigger stage. The house decides to help with my indecision. The heater, as if on cue, winds down the rest of the way and stops. The tiny roar in the vents dies. The fridge compressor, which had been thinking about kicking back on, apparently changes its mind. The faint, constant hum of something on the counter, maybe the router, maybe the microwave's transformer, seems to dim. And for that familiar, irritably familiar 1 second, everything cuts out. No HVAC, no fridge. No far-off rumble of trucks climbing out of Columbus. Even the laptop fan feels like it hesitates just for a beat, unsure whether to keep spinning. The air in my ears thickens. The pressure shifts. It is like being back on a plane in turbulence waiting for the next drop. In that stretched moment, there is a sound from the front hallway. Not 3 knocks this time. Not the careful ritual rhythm that is threaded through my voicemails and Nest clips. Just one. One single clear knock on the glass panel beside the front door. It is so sharp and so close it does not feel like it comes from the distance between me and the hall. It feels like it comes from inside my head, right by the tiny bones in my ear. I do not jump. There is no flailing, no dropped laptop. My body has run out of big reactions. Instead, I go very still, like an animal that has just realized something is in the room with it, but does not yet know if it has been seen. Every part of me wants to turn my head, to look down the hall, to flick open the Nest Live view and see what the camera says is there or not there. To confirm once and for all whether my hardware and my senses are finally in agreement or if they are still telling two different stories. I do not get up. I keep my eyes on the screen. The blue send button waits under my cursor. The cuticles of my index finger have gone white from how hard I am holding it poised. I tell myself that if I look, the hallway will be empty. The panel will be just glass and frost and the faint ghost of my own reflection. The Nest Live view will show an unremarkable patch of carpet and a locked door. The only proof of the knock will be the way my heart is stuttering in my chest. I also tell myself that if I look and see something else, something white and wrong standing there inside the hush, waiting for me, I will not be able to finish this email. So I do the stupid, stubborn thing. I click send. The little spinning icon whirs for a second, indicating the message is leaving the safety of my laptop and going wherever it goes. Into your inbox, into a server farm, into some queue with 1,000 other true stories that are really just people trying to claw their way out of their own heads. As soon as the little icon disappears and the message sent confirmation pops up, the house slams back into gear. The fridge compressor kicks on with a rough, hollow thunk, followed by its usual low, vibrating hum. The heater fan starts up in the vents again, pushing warm air through the duct above the fridge with a familiar whoosh. Somewhere beyond the closed windows, a semi-truck on I-71 lays on its horn one short, irritated blast that the night absorbs more than echoes. The motorcycle down the freeway sound of the interstate returns. A car crosses the mouth of our cul-de-sac. I can hear the faint swish of its tires, even if I cannot see the headlights from here. The pause is over. Whoever or whatever had leaned on the world's mute button has let go. In the doorway to the living room, the darkness looks exactly as thick as it did a minute ago. I close the laptop, not all the way, just enough to dim the screen and take some of the glare off the room. The house is back to sounding like a house machines doing their jobs, pipes ticking, wood settling. I know you will probably end your video if you read this with a line about Jared. That is what people latch on to: the dead teenager in the cloak, the dumb prank gone lethal, the grieving neighborhood. It makes sense. He is the part of the story that looks like a headline. But sitting here listening to my refrigerator hum and my vents breathe, that is not the part that scares me the most. It is not whether Jared is haunting Maple Ridge, or whether the Nest servers are glitching, or whether the white figures in the HOA screenshots are one person or 20. It is not even the idea that there might have been something already walking our street in the quiet, long before a 19-year-old zipped up a clearance costume and gave it a familiar face. The scariest part to me is how easy it is to see where this goes next. Right now, somewhere in another cul-de-sac that looks a lot like mine, same mailboxes, same sodium lights, same cheap landscaping, some kid is lying on their bed, phone glow on their face, scrolling through their own HOA group or neighborhood app. They are seeing the same blurry screenshots, weird figures at 2 a.m., grainy shapes between cars, anxious comments from adults who are afraid but trying not to sound hysterical. They are bored and scared and wired on energy drinks and horror movies, and they are thinking, this would be a funny prank. Right now, somewhere else entirely, some tired homeowner is staring at their own ring or nest feed, watching a raccoon waddle across a driveway and imagining a person instead. They are rehearsing in their head what they will do if they see a white shape at the end of their sidewalk at 2:37 a.m. Grab the gun, call 911, text the group chat, step outside. Most of them will never have to find out which of those choices they would actually make. A few of them will. I leave the kitchen light off and finally go to bed. Grace is already there, turned away from my side, breathing deep, and even in that way that tells me she is really asleep for once. I lie down on my back and stare at the ceiling, the faint orange wash from the streetlight, painting a weak rectangle above the dresser. The house settles around us. The heater runs, then rests. The fridge hums, then clicks off. A car goes by, then another. Somewhere a branch scrapes the siding in a slow, scratchy arc. The sounds stack up into that familiar, ugly comfort, a reminder that the world is still turning, that machines still cycle, that nothing truly unnatural can get a word in edgewise. I close my eyes and wait, not for a slam or a scream or a face at the window, for the gap, for the exact moment when all of it, the heater, the fridge, the outside traffic, the electrical buzz drops out at once and leaves me in a 1-second vacuum, ears ringing, breath too loud, air too thick. For the knock or the tap or the exhale that might decide to fill that slit of silence from somewhere I cannot see. Sooner or later tonight, the house will take that breath again. The story ends here. The listening does not.